Okay. Hello, gamers. Sorry about the delay on that one. Oh. Yeah, sorry. Sorry about the delay. Essentially, what happened was I didn't get any sleep at all last night. I was just stuck awake from because I went to bed around 1 o'clock or so. So was hoping to get a good 8 hours of sleep, and then just I have Nurgle's rot apparently. Just the whole night, constant nose drip, just keeping me awake, and sore throat when I swallow, all that sort of thing, all that fun stuff. So I was wide awake until about 7 or so. Um, then I took an antihistamine. It didn't really help. Then around 8, I took my Vyvanse, and the Vyvanse apparently helped. And so then I was able to, I stopped having all, the plague. And so then I just was like, okay, I'm just going to sleep for 2 hours now and then get up. No, it was a joke. Yeah, it's okay. We know that already, Silver. You posted the picture. Yeah, I saw the picture of the go-kart. Looks quite cool. Be careful with that one, mate. Seems a little sketchy. But yeah, where we are at, we finished doing all of the base coating for our parts for the Acheron a couple of days ago. So now it's going to be a matter of essentially doing the I guess today what we'll focus on will be things like differentiating between the chassis and the armor paneling. And then we'll probably start doing things like all our rivets and that sort of thing. Oh wow, this is probably quite loud here, isn't it? Maybe just pull that back a little bit. There we are. You're not funny and you bug most everyone here. Oh man, that is the most ruthless way I think I've seen Noah addressed yet. Silver's out for blood, apparently. Oh man. So how have you guys been? Because aside from me having Nurgle's Rot, I played Warhammer again. I played Tabletop again yesterday. It was with the same sort of Tau Knights hybrid army I ran the first time, because I'm not quite at the point of having 1k of pure Knights. But I had a rematch against the Drukhari that fucked me up last time, and then I had a match against some Necrons running Hypercrypt Legion. It was a lot of fun. Just don't care for Noah's BS. And I mean, power to you. Like, I'm not gonna stop you. Just not pulling any punches. Okay. Just gonna ignore Silver now. I don't know about that one, Noah. I think that Silver's definitely onto something. Usually when you manage to upset someone like that, there's a reason for it. So, basically, for our get us started, I'm thinking to help differentiate the armor panels from the chassis. I might start by just doing a pretty thick coat of Nuln oil just over all of the underlying sections. I'll just actually try it a little bit here, just see how much it darkens it up comparative to the panels. I think now that it's had time to dry, you definitely can see a good difference between the armor and the legs. Dr. Nelson, you won't have to deal with his BS. No, what do you mean his BS? You're the one with the BS. He's just here trying to have a good time. Oh, well. It is what it is. Silver is the least problematic person in chat. True, he's just a nice guy hanging out. I don't know how Silver ends up catching the flag. I can probably unpin this message now. We'll unpin it. Yeah, I'll just get that off the chat window. Seraphim Sepia for a more rusty type look. I'm not familiar with that one. I don't have it on hand, so I can't give it a try. But yeah, the idea that I was going to go for was going to be something along those lines. Essentially, I was going to try to darken the chassis a little bit. And then once it's darker, I was either going to lightly sponge like Rhinox hide over it to give it that sort of speckly, rusty sort of look. Or I was going to apply some dry pigments to it and make it look really rusty. Because I had a lot of fun with dry pigments when I was doing the base for my Neuro Tyrant, because it's got like a rusted pipe coming out of the ground. But yeah, the rusty sort of effect on the chassis is definitely appealing to me. Just interested in, because it's kind of showing a little bit down here because I was very light on the metallic there, so you've got some of the brown base coat showing through, and I think that's quite nice. But I think definitely getting like a more like inconsistent, sporadic look with either sponging or dry pigments could go a long way. But yeah, I reckon the non-oil will be good for darkening it at least. The issue I think we'll encounter is oftentimes with washes like these, they do have a little bit of a sheen to them, so it might end up making his legs look a bit shiny. So I might follow up with this by going with the dry pigments, because that will turn it completely matte, and then I can just lock it in with a matte varnish right at the end so that we don't get anything rubbing off. I'm also thinking that when I get to panel lining, I'm just going to go like a really dark brown or something, just to really pick out those splits in the panels, although I don't think this one actually has a split there. It's not enough to actually get a brush in there, but I will panel line that now that I'm looking at it. But yeah, since we're doing Iron Warriors scheme, I think I said this last time, but since we're doing an Iron Warriors scheme on this, the heraldry is going to be a bit more pared back compared to the previous nights that we've done. So I think I'm going to need to go like above and beyond on the other things to make it still look good, because otherwise it'll just look like a silver blob. You're leaving now, see, because of that moment at the beginning. Be back next stream, righto. I'll see you later then, Noah. Have fun with your go-kart, mate. The entire carapace is hazard stripes. I don't know if I want to do the hazard stripes on the whole carapace. I will definitely make use of hazard stripes a lot. So for sure on the chainsword, well, chain fist I think that is, but whatever. And I'll devote at least a panel or two, like at least a big panel or two to hazard stripes. But I don't want to go over the top with that, because I feel like that might just kind of like drown it out in its own way. Because we still want to keep it with this really like gunmetal sort of look. And if we go too hard on the hazard stripes, then it, like the painted sort of finish can sort of overwhelm it. Although I guess what I can do is I can hazard stripe it and then I can sponge lead belcher over the top of the hazard stripes to make the paint look chipped. All hail the hazard stripes. Yeah, it'll be fun. I haven't really done hazard stripes on any of my other minis yet, so it'll be a fun one. Hello, hello. Hey, hey, Twister. Twisted. How you going? Sorry for the stutter there. My my body is not working the way it should at the moment. I've got Nurgle's rot. Yeah, I reckon when it comes time to do the dry pigments, probably not going to hit all of the chassis with the dry pigments, but we'll need to pick out like certain bits to make it look really good. If we go all of it, then it'll sort of, like if you do all of it in the dry pigment rust, it'll sort of remove the interesting details of anything. But I think by sort of splitting it up and having some of the cleaner metal peeking through, I think that'll give us the best effect. I reckon we'll probably want to focus on the, oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. I think that's the subscribe noise. Yeah, thank you for subscribing, whoever that was. I know I can make that a bit quieter now. I haven't heard that during the stream before, so... where can I change that? Oh, I don't think I can change that in OBS. I think I need to change that elsewhere. I think I'd go over here. Yeah, you're in a Minecraft cave. How do you make that noise? It wasn't me. It wasn't my doing. I mean, I did make that noise originally, but that wasn't me that time. Sorry. That's all good. Honestly, maybe we don't need to balance that. I'll figure it out at some point. But in any case, now I know how loud it is by comparison. Yeah, because I only got those like sound effects set up before last stream, and so haven't heard, haven't really heard them in action too much. So it's still sort of in its infantile stages. Got your first squad of Tau Pathfinders and Stealth Battle Suits, building your third and Furnace Marine squad. Nice. Yeah, but since I've actually played the tabletop a couple of times now, I'm more familiar with what I want to do. With my like Tau and that sort of thing, and my like battle suits armies are so cool because I've got Farsight and I got two of the Retaliation Cadre battle forces, so I've got Farsight and 2 commanders, which means that I'm going to be running 3 crisis suit squads. I'm going to run 1 of each, and it's just so cool. It's so versatile. Very excited for that. Although it's going to take me forever to actually get to the point of running them. That's completely out of focus there. Let's just fix that. There we are. Wish I had a slightly larger regular brush that wasn't one of my good quality ones so that I could just apply this more even, like more quickly. But at the same time, it's probably better to apply it with a smaller brush so that I don't get a lot of like nasty pooling and stuff. Have another Pathfinder squad to build and a crapload of crew to build. Can't the Pathfinders equip some really fucked up weapons, by the way? Because like prior to like actually getting into the game, I always assumed that they were just kind of like similar to the stealth suits, and that they're more like a recon squad, just used for spotting and that sort of thing. But can they not equip like some crazy weapons? Gatekeeping stream, shaking your head, no notification. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot to put it in the Discord. That's my bad. Sorry about that. I was running a little behind schedule, even like a little bit behind even the 1 hour delay that we had. So I was kind of in a rush just to get it up and started. If you recall, it's Breaches and a Devilfish. That's a scary one. Oh yeah, I know they're quite scary as well, but I'm pretty sure the Pathfinders can run just some quite mean long-ranged weapons. I could be completely wrong. One sec, I'm gonna pull up Warhampedia now because I'm quite like I feel like they have something. Warhampedia, Tower Empire. Where are they? Pathfinders. Yeah, no, you can give them a rail rifle. Where is it? Oh, you can give them 3 rail rifles. Yeah. There's just 30-inch range, 1 attack, 3 damage per, minus 4 AP. Just having fun building. Oh yeah, no. I mean, like that's my default state as well. I normally like I don't really pay attention to the stats of the model normally, but it's just now that like I've actually started playing some Tau and that sort of thing. I like to see what the different guys can do. Why is non-metallic metal so painful? Don't ask me. I avoid that shit like the plague. Or that's not actually that convincing of an argument because I'm currently very plagued. I avoid that shit though, so I haven't really had to deal with it. I know fear, and so I know when not to try something that's going to break my heart. You need to get your Krieg to a full army too. Yeah, because you've got a lot of Kriegers on the backburner, don't you, Silver? But also, when you say full army, are you talking like 2-3k? Because for me, my minimum for full army is 1k because I've got like nothing as it stands. So it's like if I can fill up the smallest of tables with my units from one army, that is an army. Also searched for silver non-metallic metal examples on shields, and there's next to none. Well, because I imagine when you're looking for silver, that's going to be hard because a lot of non-metallic metal is about showing the bright points, and generally, silver is your bright point. Use chrome to highlight silver. Oh, okay, yeah, that would make sense. Just step up to the obscenely bright stuff. Oh yeah, I mentioned yesterday I played a couple more 1K point games with my friends, and so yesterday it was I played against the same person who ran Drukari last week, but since the way we did it this time was we had a lot of people. It wasn't just like we didn't really know who we were going to be playing against. We had like 5 people who would declare their lists ahead of time, and then we'd randomize who we'd get. So you'd have to sort of try to account for everything. So this time, the Drukari player wasn't made up of 100% anti-tank for my for my Knight's army. And so that one I managed to win, I won't say easily, because he was still ruining me on points, but I managed to kill off a lot of his models just because Helvrins are insane anti-air. But then the second game was against one of the other people who was running. She was running Hypercrypt or whatever it's called, Hypercrypt Legion, or I don't know if it's Legion, but basically the Christmas Battle Force one where it runs the Void Dragon. Hypercrypt Nexus, is that what it's called? I don't know, but anyway, that one was unbelievably close. That game ran full duration. We went right down to final scoring, and final score was 61 to me, 58 to her. It was like so tense, ridiculously close, and also the Void Dragon is fucked up. That thing is insane. I had my Knight Errant and a Knight Warglaive throwing hands with it, and they both nearly lost to that thing. Like, that was crazy. I was like, okay, that is the big unit they have on the board. I'm gonna send my boys, Hypercrypt Legion, confirms, right? Yeah, no, basically they teleported, or they deep striked the Void Dragon out into the middle of the field, and I was like, okay, I could ignore this guy and just send my guys around cleaning up like all the warriors and Lich Guard and all that sort of thing, or we can just go for it, and I can try to one-shot this Void Dragon and then just sweep it. And then I greeted it, and when I sent my boys in, I was like, okay, I've got Melta 6, Melta 4, and 2 sets of Melta 2. Surely I don't need to like use the trophy claim stratagem on this. I've got this in the bag. And then I proceeded to miss fucking everything on the first turn. And then Void Dragon nearly one-shots my my Warglaive. And then Warglaive gets killed by, I think it was their Doomstalker, which they had way in the back, sniped the Warglaive, finishing it off. And then it was just like a fist fight between my Errant and the Void Dragon, and that was fucked. Like, Void Dragon has 12 wounds, Errant has 26, and I ended up winning that with my Errant left on 4 wounds. Katans are so annoying, half damage, invuln, feel no pain, strict 4 melee, regain D3 for wounds, fuck them. Yeah, no, but the thing is, like, their half damage doesn't apply to Melta. Like, I was warned before going in, okay, look, these guys, they take like no damage, but you've got Melter, so you might be able to kill them. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna gamble on one-shotting him with the Melter, because the Errant is like his main Melter weapon is 2d3 attacks, each one with Melter 6 on it. So like I only need to hit like 2 of them, and then like tag him with something little, and he's dead. Well, actually, no, I just need to hit him with 2, and he's dead. Provided he doesn't feel no pain it. But I just missed fucking everything on that first turn, and then he just ruined everything. But it was awesome. Craziest fight ever. And then it was like, after I killed him, after I killed the Void Dragon, I was able to use the Mysterious Guardian enhancement to then fade away my my Knight Errant and drop him on their home objective where they were keeping their Doomstalker. And so then I was able to just kind of sweep from behind, but really fun. Them Melter on mass 1 damage attacks to whittle them down. Yeah. Well, the thing was, that was Melter spam. I had 4 Melter weapons in close range to them. I just missed all of them. It was tragic. But yeah, I was kind of like left in this weird purgatory where I managed to like knock the Void Dragon down to 2 health, and then for the next 2 turns, he was just bouncing up and down between 2 health and 5 health. Just, the healing is just so annoying. It's really funny, but it's so annoying. Like on the plus side, since I was running Imperial Knights, he didn't really have a lot of units to health drain, and I could feel no pain in the health drain, so it was like I managed to block a couple of points of health here and there. But yeah, it was quite funny. Probably going to be playing from like September onwards. Co-workers falling into Warhammer rabbit hole and you got to blame. Nice. What army are they looking at, or what factions do they like the looks of? Because I feel like a very common one for like people who fall into the Warhammer rabbit hole, at least in my friend group, the orcs are very popular. Like, just because they're just silly. They're just your classic English geezer. So, like, my friends who are the closest to falling into the Warhammer rabbit hole, they're both big on orcs. Just remembered you'll post a video of the finished knight. Oh yeah, sick. Keen to see how he's turned out. Okay. The Nuln Oil doesn't have an immediately apparent effect, but I think compared to last week, last time, because it was on Friday, it's very easy to tell the difference between the panels and the chassis now, where they were quite blurred together before. Never let anyone make the mistake you did getting into agents. That is a very specific rabbit hole to fall down as well, getting into agents. Was it just the assassins? Because I feel like the assassins are the most interesting part of agents, no? Or is there something that I'm missing that that is like better than them? He's debating buying some Orcs magazines, but so far has decided to wait for the Voten mags. Ooh, my condolences. Poor guy. Damn. Arbites. Oh, true, actually. Yeah, the Arbites have really cool armor. They've got like that Robocop look to them, don't they? They've got like the cool. It's not a sallet, because a sallet's got like the whisked back. But it's that kind of helmet, isn't it? Like Robocop style head. I could be completely wrong in thinking of someone else. Judge Dredd. Right. Okay, I see. I've looked over at Discord just in time to see you post that, Sanju. Oh, that is beautiful. Holy shit. Man. Putting me to shame. Holy. Okay, that is amazing. So clean. I really like how you've done the gold leaf on the shin pads. Like the way it all interlocks. You also posted the cape for your chaplain. But okay. Oh yeah. And so then once you I imagine like once you let the shade either dry or you can just go over it with a mat and it'll look really nice. Yeah. Very nice definition you've got on that as well. I don't really often have to contend with cloth in the minis that I paint, so I haven't had to figure out how to do those yet. Yeah, I think the closest thing that I've had to do to that would be over here with my rat ogres, because they've got like these shitty cloths attached to their waists, and I didn't really go that hard with them. They're pretty messy, but I mean, they're Skaven, they can afford to be messy as hell. But yeah, for a chaplain, he's got to look noble. Miss you #1 next to your name. You got to work hard for it, Technic. I have no idea how that works. It's a new YouTube update. It happened at some point while I was taking a break. Yeah. Love that time and space. Some beautiful work. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say first, but I got distracted by the shin pads. The base on that fucking, the Dominus there. The base is awesome. What is he stepping on there? What did you get that, is that another knight that he's walking over? Oh yeah, it is. I can see the hatch there. Man. Did the knight come with two top covers, or did you have another knight kit that you yoinked that from? Dominus comes with 2 tops. Okay. I'm gonna say that'd be some dedication if you bought another Dominus just so that you could have that one stepping on it. Use the spare on the base. Rubble's just some clay you let dry, then broke down. Fallen concrete pillars just some cork with metal wire shoved in it. Clay is a very good... I wonder if... I don't have any, like proper craft clay, but I wonder if I could just, like, go digging after it's rained, dig up some clay, and just use that. Probably could. May not be the most sanitary thing. That's probably... Like, craft clay would probably be a better way to go about that. But, yeah. I mean, that's a very efficient way to get natural-looking rock, is just by breaking clay. Because all my rocks are things that generally are like bits of cork that I have to like break and make look like rocks. But that ends up looking too regular, like too uniform. Very happy with the base. Love the scorpion freehand on the dead knight. Yeah, I remember you when you were doing the scorpion freehand on that one. You posted some photos of it. It's very cool. Use lots of plaster in an old cake pan. Mix some in the pan. Let it set and smack it on the table for rubble. Oh, true. I feel like you've mentioned this in the past. Yeah, that's probably a much easier way to do it. And like, since I have easy access to a hardware store, so I can get like plaster of Paris or patching plaster or any of that sort of thing for cheap as chips. Buying that shit at cost price. Scorpion was probably the easiest and quickest freehand you ever done, and it still looks so good. It's crazy how sometimes you'll have like, you'll be working for ages on freehands, and you're happy with them, and then there's another freehand that you do, and you're able just to smash it out, and you look at it, and you're like, why is this one of my best things ever? It took me like a day. Less than. Hey, Shellington, did Jacko make that eggnog? He did not. No, he did, however, make a dark and stormy, and like he tried a lot of the alcohols that I brought over. I'm working on helping fix his alcohol palate. I'm letting him see the world. I don't think he liked everything I shared, but I think we had a couple of winners here and there. Almost epoxy is another thing you sculpt rubble and all sorts of things from. Right. Yeah, I feel like that's sort of like that hard waterproof putty. I don't know if it's the same, like if it comes in the same form over there as we have it over here, but it's one where it's like essentially it's like a long cylinder of putty, and then there's a smaller cylinder core running through it, and that's your catalyst. So you've got the putty on the outside, catalyst on the inside. It's essentially green stuff, and it's yeah, it's essentially just like hardware grade green stuff. I feel like that might be a bit overkill or that sort of thing. That's the stuff I have access to anyway. But yeah, like plaster of Paris or just like wall patching plaster, that sort of thing. Using it just to shatter into rocks seems like a very neat idea. I just need to not use them for anything structural because they'd probably crush quite easily. What am I doing now? Do this arm. That's the exact same as what you have there, grey in color? Right, okay. Yeah, I feel like it might be a bit expensive and a bit overkill for use on minis. That sort of thing, I'd probably be better off just using Milliput. Or because I've got Milliput on hand already, like I've got Milliput and green stuff, so I can sculpt those sorts of things. And because, like, that would be specifically for sculpting, whereas I do really like the idea of plaster because it's brittle, so you can let it set and then shatter it, and you get those sorts of irregular forms. That seems like a really fun idea. Probably don't need to be doing this section because it's going to be pretty much completely concealed. But I've started now. If you're looking for rubber plaster's great. Plaster's great. If you want to sculpt something more substantial, epoxy's great. You use it for things like sandbag walls and that sort of thing. Yeah, true. I need to get better at sculpting things with Milliput, because I feel like whenever I try to sculpt things, they just kind of end up looking like a blob. But I guess all of that comes with practice. Also think you might actually have the hang of glazing, except with white paints, fuck them so much. Black seems fine so far. Yeah, the eternal struggle of working with white paints. It's just because the pigments are always so thick. And so it's like, either it's clumpy as hell, or you put in a little bit too much water, and now it's water with chunks of white floating in it. Best advice you ever got on painting things white: don't use white. True. No, in all honesty, the best experiences I've had using white is with an airbrush, and even then, it's painful because if you've got a darker color underneath, you need so many coats to make it actually cover. But at least that way you get an even finish. But you need to be really careful with thinner, because otherwise it can just end up as this liquid coat, and you bump it slightly, and then you've just got this dent in it. Chunks is your issue. Either stains everything or leaves a random dot. Yeah, no. Thinning white is so annoying. But yeah, because my most recent experience with trying to work with white was while I was having my break, I was working on a lot of like side projects that I'd started ages ago, but then just kind of like left in limbo. And one of those was an anime figure that I 3D printed, because any long-time viewers will know the deep lore, and that's that I'm a massive weeb, and I've got the anime cabinets. But there's an anime figure that I printed, and so very important thing for doing the skin tones is you do a white base, and then you spray a transparent orange over it, very light layer of transparent orange, to get the warmth of the skin shades, and then even like incredibly light layer of transparent reds just over like the flushed parts, so like on things like fingertips or elbows, knees, that sort of thing. But since you're really relying on that white base coat, it needs to be incredibly smooth, otherwise it just looks terrible. And so I spent so many days just trying to get that base coat really smooth on the like for the skin layer. It was horrible. Wait, you need to see the anime wall. It is currently behind me. I'll finish up this one here. I'll finish up this arm, and then I'll give a quick flash of it. Oh, you're a weeb. I was gonna joke you already knew. I was gonna say phobic. I feel like you should be knowledgeable of this. You've been here long enough. Tried using white ink for that. Twisted. I tried the whole shebang. I had white ink. I had white airbrush paint. I thinned Corax white. My best result was just sticking with white primer, because at least the white primer was thick enough that it would sort of hold its shape. Because I think the issue that I was having with the white ink was similar to what you get normally with whites, whereas just at least out of the airbrush, I feel like the pigments were splitting a little bit because it was so pigment dense. It was really easy for them to just sort of like break apart. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Haven't been here regularly enough to know that. Well, I mean, I think the wall, the cabinets have only been shown on stream once outside of my really old streams when I did gaming with Facecam. But yeah, I think someone screenshotted the timestamp of when I showed it and put it in the Discord at some point ages ago. I should just realize no massive project being painted right now means wheels and models are back on. We'll use it after the chappie's done. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying the other day, was it's like, it's so weird, isn't it, when you've had like a big project that you've been working on for ages, and then you finish it, and it's just like, kind of like, oh, hang on, what now? You have access to it, Pro Acryl Titanium White. I think it's the best white on the market right now. Right, okay. I think you guys have said in the past that modern Corax White is made to mimic Pro Acryl's Titanium. Didn't we, didn't someone say that? I feel like that was a conversation that we'd had at some point. I imagine the Pro Acryl is still better because it's the original, and Corax is just trying to mimic it. But at least my recent experiences with Corax White have been really good. In your opinion, titanium's a much brighter white? Right, okay, yeah, because Corax definitely does have like a shade of black to it. I never really noticed it until I got a white ink, and then I was like, oh wait, yeah, Corax White is actually pretty grey. The day Citadel moves to drop bottles will be a good day. They'll never move. True. They make too much money off using the shitty bottles that they currently do because people lose so much paint in them. So people have to buy more pots. It's a financial decision. There will be less paint sales if they move to drop bottles. White Scar is the brightest Citadel that you found? Right, okay. Yeah, I don't have that one. You'll say not having a big model weighing you down is so nice. I felt so bad doing other things while the night was staring at you, and then spend 2 days making a head for your Swarm Lord. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that was one of the big things for me, was during my break, just being able to go and finish up these big things that I've just had sitting here, taking up space, just staring at me. It's so nice just being able to get them out of the way and just... It's a lot of weight off your shoulders. You don't even really notice it at first. Like, you're not really conscious of it, but it's just kind of like subconsciously you're like, man, I'm not doing anything. Even though you are doing stuff, it's just, it doesn't feel like much because you've got these massive things on your desk. And also because the longer you spend not doing something, the harder it is to go back and do it. So you finish those Dark Angels? Hey, Sanju, I don't have them on my desk. They don't exist. Out of sight, out of mind. They live on the shelf in the back, and they can stay there, at least for a while. If any of my friends are running Space Marines and they want some extra Infernus Marines, hey, we've got some that are painted, just no bases, but look, that's good enough for them. A lot of my friends run unpainted models, so It's better than the default in any case. Yeah, I do need to base them at some point, but I'm probably not going to do that until I get to the point of actually doing other Space Marines. Okay, that's probably good. Oh, wow, yeah, that's actually really noticeable now that we've done that. That's good, I like that. Very big distinction between the panels and the chassis. I wasn't even really conscious of it until I finished and then looked at how dark it is. That's really nice. I think I also went lighter on these. Oh, yeah. So it's not actually... It's a decent bit darker. Made the financial choice to put all your Citadel paints into droppers with agitators, so them still dry and become chalky quickly. It's just like their formula. Or it's just the formula, like Rakoth Flesh, Pallid Witch Flesh. Right. I think it's because they tend to use lots of white pigments in their colors. I feel like that is how they make colors lighter, rather than, for example, I think this is my... Oh, I have one. Yeah, so what I found with Wazdaka Flesh, for example, also Wazdaka Red, rather than blending a lighter red by mixing two different paints, like two different colors together to get it to a lighter red, instead what they do is they'll just grab a red and add white pigment to it and make it lighter that way, which, sure, it makes it lighter, but it also just completely fucks over the consistency of the paint. And they do it with so many things, like Ironbreaker as well. Is just lead belcher with white pigment in it. It's gross. Yeah. My pet peeve. Citadel paint formulators, like the people who make the paints at Citadel, their addiction to just using white pigments to solve all their issues. Sure, you get the color you're going for. But it's not nice to use. Seen Alclad's Lacquer Chrome or Alclad Lacquer's Chrome? No, I have not. I'm not familiar with that brand either. I felt like I was starting to be familiar with all the major paint brands, but I guess not. Yeah, I would say that my my go-to metallics at the end of the day are just lead belcher is just solid. I really like. We all know that I love Hashut Copper. That color fucks. It's so good. And then I also really like the Vallejo Air Aluminium. That is the brightest silver I have ever seen, and it is so clean. Sorry, I didn't email and decided to check it out. Hadn't heard of it up until that point. Right, okay. Yeah, I know that some, like at at my local game store, they stock a lot of paints from a brand called Turbo Dork. I'm not sure if they're an international brand or just an Australian thing. But they do some like really wacky paint colors. Like some of my friends have used them on a lot of their models where they have like lots of really high vibrancy. They're almost like synthwave kind of colors where it's just like super high vibrancy purples and blues, and they all have like metallic beams to them, or they're glossy. Interesting stuff. I don't know what I'd use them for, but it's just cool to see like these wacky paints that people will make that aren't really covered by other parts of the industry. Turbo Dork is awesome stuff. Yeah, like I don't know what I'd use their stuff for, but it's really cool to see. I haven't bought any of their stuff though because yeah, I don't really have anything that uses those sorts of aesthetics. Best used over black or white base coat, right? I guess like black for depth or white just to make it really pop. Painting in iridescent pink marine. You're saying you're going to use Turbo Dork going all Malibu Sparkle Warband, right? Yeah. So like I feel like Turbo Dork is the way to go for like Slanesh, like Emperor's Children, and just like certain like Slanesh fiends and stuff. You can get some really crazy shit going there. Oh, like you could do like the classic what's he called? The Guitar Noise Marine in Turbo Dork. Get some really cool stuff going with that. They're all kitty themed made dress marines. Awesome. I can see some cool Cerastus shields with Turbo Dork paint, Turbo Dork color shift paints. I need to find a 3D printable Cerastus shield fill. Or like, I don't know if it would be just like a filler to fill up the frame of it, or just a completely different Cerastus shield. Because the default Cerastus Lancer shield sucks so much. I'm sure there's plenty of options for that out there. I just haven't had a look at it yet. But yeah, I need to get, because I've got clear resin, so I can definitely print out like some sections to fill in the blanks on the Lancer's shield, and then use some transparent colors to make it look like a force shield or something like that. Fillers you can print from clear resins. Right, okay, yeah. Definitely going to see if I can pick up something like that once I get onto working on my Lancer. Crazy that GW couldn't be fucked to just make an acrylic filler, or like just like an acrylic plate to put in the Lancer as part of the box. Like, it's not that hard. They literally have clear acrylic for things like flyers, stands, and stuff, but they couldn't be bothered to make 4 tiny little acrylic like triangles or whatever they are, or even just one that clips over the front of it. That's too hard, apparently. For a $300 kit, that it's a bridge too far to have a little bit of acrylic in there. They have harder shapes for flyer cockpits. Oh, do they have, oh yeah, I guess they would have acrylic cockpits for some of the flyers. True. And it's not even like this is an old model. They recently redid the Lancer in plastic. Like, it was resin before. They updated it to plastic. You'd think with the update to plastic, they could include an acrylic shield. But alas. How familiar are you with Age of Sigmar? Passing knowledge. I'm more familiar with Old World. But I have like passing knowledge of Age of Sigmar. Literal void shield. Yep. The shield itself is just for shaping. Yeah, I know, but you could put like they could give you a bit of acrylic to put in there so that you can put transparent paints over the acrylic to make it look like there is physically, or not physically, but make it so that you can see when the like you can see the like the shimmer from the void shield, you know? It doesn't need to be physically there, but so that you can show that there is something and it's not just a hole. Because there's something not right about it when they give you this mini, and they're like, "Here's the void shield," and you can stick your finger through it. It's not right. It's not on. Breaking news: man has a better idea than GW. Hang on, while we're dunking on GW, oh, yesterday I had a horrifying experience. So for reference, I do not use the use the internet to figure out what colors look like. I will only pick colors if I've I only buy paints if I've seen the color in person. This actually fucked me up. Let's see if I can. What's the easiest way I can pull this up? Probably. Hang on. Does that do that? That's annoying. Oh, that's why that does that. Hang on. Okay. This should work. Quickly. That back on. Okay. If I add a new window capture, is that going to default to anything to begin with? No, okay, good. No, not that one. That's not working right. Okay, I guess I'll just save this. Get rid of that window capture. I need to figure out how to show this. Okay, this will probably work. If we go add image. Over to our downloads. That there. So, who wants to tell me what is wrong with this image right here? There is something seriously wrong here. And I'm wondering if anyone can tell me what it is. Because I feel like someone at GW needs a firm talking to. Because I don't know about you guys, but I have not had any experiences with Screaming Skull where it has had any green in it whatsoever. Just me. Maybe I've just gotten a couple of duds. But this seems a little off. This doesn't quite seem right. Yeah, quite crazy. Someone, true. But like, how do they even do this? This is literally false advertising. Like, you can try to approximate. Like, I understand. It's hard to show paint colors or show colors on a computer screen. They don't come across right. But you can. This is not even the same range of color. This is like way, way out. Someone buys this looking for a green and they get a fucking like warm ivory. This is not even close. Like, I can understand being like a couple of shades off. This is in a different part of the wheel. Actually insane. I feel bad for any new painters getting into like new Warhammer painters who are like shopping for colors on the GW, like on the Warhammer site, and then they buy like 5 to 10 and they're just completely different colors. They're just the think it might just be because of the surrounding colors. No, I'm telling you, it is literally not. I eyedropper tooled that shit. It is green. That is green. It actually insane. Yeah, no, that deeply upset me yesterday. But yeah, enough of that detour. Enough of that rant. I needed to get that off my chest. It was infuriating. Quite crazy. But yeah, I think it upset me even more because I work in a hardware store. We mix paint for people. I understand like the that paint colors can look different when they're like printed out on a sheet as opposed to actually being mixed, or they look different when they're on a on like a computer. But that difference is a matter of saturation and like brightness. So you'll get like black-white shift and that sort of thing. And it will be more or less saturated, but you don't get new colors showing up in them. That rant was due. It's so upsetting. Today on Watch Mojo listing the top 10 most reasonable crash outs. Are Watch Mojo still a thing? I haven't seen a Watch Mojo video pop up in years. Like, sure, I don't think I've seen a Watch Mojo video pop up since like high school at least. What's that? 8 years from... Oh, fuck, I'm 8 years out of high school. I'm an old man. Jesus. You're 2 months out, boomer. Well, look. You'll be like me someday. Look, I can still make you feel old by saying this. COVID was 5 years ago. Look, that'll hit everyone. That is an indiscriminate attack on the room. I'm sorry, sir, but I ordered periwinkle, not chartreuse. Honestly, the thing that the color that they were showing it as does look like chartreuse. Chartreuse is the really gross green, isn't it? Like is COVID. The novel SARS COVID-19 coronavirus, or no, what was it? Novel SARS-19 coronavirus. Is that the full name? I feel like I should know this because in Japan they exclusively refer to it as the like with the full name. They don't like, or they call it wait, do they call it? No, they either will refer to it as the full proper name, or they'll call it corona. Ugh. And you're all young compared to me. I know we've got some years to get under our belts before we can even compete. Severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus. I see. Silver scratch. Oh yeah. Oh, bite. How old are you? Yeah, this is the showdown of the ages. Our two wizened elders fighting for the title of oldest man in the chat. Got you by a year. Oh wow, okay, no, wow. We have a hierarchy set. This was not the outcome I was expecting. I thought this was going to be a landslide in one way or the other, but wow, it's really close. This life, yeah, but past life you're a demon around everyone's 1682 years old. Oh, yeah? I'm sure. But honestly, I feel like we kind of like treat you, we kind of act like you guys are old men, or we like treat you like that, but honestly, you're not even that old. You're like the same age as my dad. Like, still pretty, like, yeah, like you're still not even that old, so. Got plenty of time left. Plenty of fuel in the tank. But if you want to be the old man, if you want to be an old man as an aesthetic choice, then you have every right to claim that. How many games of 40k have I played? I've played 4 total now. I've won 3 of 4. What's the experience points for? Oh, the experience points, they directly contribute to your you can directly invest them in skills like painting ability and that sort of thing, and that's where you've got us all beat out. Painting ability, you can also directly invest that XP into acquisition of assets like really large minis. But yeah, I've played 4 games. First one was against Creations of Bile. That one I won by pretty much tabling the other guy, because he was this was Jacko from chat, because I kind of turn 1/turn 2 to all of his anti-tank, and then he was kind of just left sadly watching as he couldn't hit my my Imperial Knights. Can you invest them into charisma? You need them. You can invest them into whatever you want to. That's the awesome thing. Then game 2 was against Drukhari, and I got fucking flattened by them. Then a third game was a rematch of the Drukhari, and I managed to win that, not comfortably, but it wasn't super close. But again, I managed to mostly table all of his stuff that could damage my dudes. And then game 4 was against Necron's Hypercrypt Legion, and that was unbelievably close. Won by 3 points, and most of my units were nearly dead. Oh, you mean the experience points you haven't here in chat? Oh, right, with like the number 1, 2, and 3 things? I have no idea. This seems to have been added while I was on break. It was just there when I came back to the streaming. I think it's just like showing who has participated the most in chat over the course of the stream. I think that's what it is. Yeah. I think that's realistically what it is. I don't know if, I imagine that YouTube being YouTube, they want to encourage people to spend money. I imagine that super chats probably give a lot of that XP sort of thing. But honestly, it's just like chat rate and engagement, that sort of thing. I think it's to encourage people to talk. But yeah, I didn't have anything to do with the setting up of that. I think it's just a YouTube update. Copy from Twitch? Right, okay. Is there anything beyond just having number 1, 2, and 3, or do you have like a tracker that shows your XP? Because all that I can see on my end, at least, is the number 1, 2, and 3. But otherwise, if there's stuff that it lets you do with those, then I can look into it and see if there's like little like fun things that I can implement into the stream. I don't know what I'd be able to do, but Yeah, like, if there is more to it than just like showing who the most active chatters are, then I can look into seeing if there's a way to make it more engaging. Just says 50 XP. Okay, I reckon after this stream, I'll look into it and see if there's anything that I can integrate into the stream just to make it a bit more fun. Because it could be a fun mechanic to sort of just have there for people to interact with if they want to. I haven't played a game in years. Last one you can remember was just after 2000, like in March, so 25 years. Mate, I was born in 2000. That's insane. Top right, there's a button that says your XP and the amount you have. You click it, shows the leaderboard. Right, okay. I wonder if it carries over between streams or if it's per stream. Hang on, okay, look, Bob, you didn't need to pay me money to test to see if that gave XP or not. Thank you. You didn't need to test it, though. That gave you 100 XP. Okay, we've confirmed it. YouTube likes that. So you're allowed to bribe the system, apparently. Okay. The hero we need. The fuck is that? That's... that's the donation sound. Yeah. That is one of the many sounds taken from my private Discord soundboard, which is pretty much entirely comprised of strange noises I've made while playing games. Allowed to bribe the system like the government? But like any system. If there is a system, you can bribe it. That's just how it works. If there are people involved in the system, it is bribable. Okay, look, please stop. This is really awkward. Just wait, like you're just throwing the money in there just to fuck with it. Okay, well, so you've done it twice now. Does it give you a different amount of XP based on how much you pay? About to hear it again. I can, if it's too loud, I can scale back those noises a little bit. If it's like jump scaring people. You like the sounds though? I'm not going to get rid of the sounds. But if it's really like loud compared to everything else, I can pull it back a little bit. 300 for the second $5 one. Okay, so there are different breakpoints, I guess, then. Oh, actually, the breakpoints are probably based on the color of the super. Because they break it into different colored scoopers. It's not jump scare. It's not jump scare loud. Okay, it's just loud. It's loud enough to like make you go, "What the fuck was that?" But not loud enough to actually scare the shit out of you. Is that what I'm getting? I'm going to head this off, by the way. You don't need to test higher. I don't know how flippant you are with your money. You don't need to test higher brackets. I've only got the one donation sound at the moment. You don't need to try like send 10 or 15 to see if there's a different noise. There isn't one. I'm saving you the trouble. You don't like being challenged? This isn't a challenge. I'm literally telling you there's no need to test it. This is the result. If you give me more money now, you're just going to be disappointed. At least it wasn't a wet fart. I mean, I could put a wet fart sound effect on there if you want, Twisted. So, like, it is entirely within my power. No, I'm not going to do that. If I ever add more sound effects, they've got to be within the same theme. I've got to go and like mine my Discord, my private Discord, for more sound effects that I've made playing games, because that's like The subscribe one is another sound that I've made, the one where it's like, or whatever it is. I don't even know how I did it. I think it was a stretching sound. I don't know what the context of the donation sound is though, but the subscriber one is from me stretching. What would a stealing sound effect sound like? I don't know, because usually when you steal something, you're probably not going to be making a lot of noise. Like, all I can like just yoink. Like, that's the only thing I could think of to represent like stealing. Wait, you're gonna check? I don't know if it's gonna be easy for you to check as if you're already subscribed, because I don't know if YouTube registers if you unsub and then resub. I don't know if it will register that as like a new sub or not. But the subscriber sound effect does work, because I know it triggered earlier this stream and I think scared the shit out of Technic while he was in a Minecraft cave. I think it will probably only trigger for new subscribers. Actually, I don't need to do this part. This is going to get covered by the fuel tank. You hop on an alternate Google account. Okay, padding my subscriber numbers. Let's go. Yippee. Please don't, like, go and do that en masse, by the way. I don't like having lots of subscribers that are just, like, fake people. I would rather have my numbers be more representative of the, like, the amount of people who actually tend to come and tune in. Is gonna do one. Right, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, but just like, because I know that there are a few young'uns in chat. I don't know if we have any of them here right now, but I know that the young'uns often are very eager to, like, get on board and do things, and I don't want to get, like, a bunch of them just going and, like, spam making new accounts to pad out my subscriber number. hopefully once I've done the this like null oil cover on all of the chassis and other bits, hopefully I won't have too many other section or too many other things where I need to go and cover the entire model with things. So we'll be able to sort of speed along a bit and be a lot less of just like sheer surface area coverage, which is quite time consuming. Be able to get things going. Trying to get to 500, whatever it is you need for memberships and super chats during premieres. Not really cut out for live stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, live is it's hard. It's easier in some ways and harder in other ways. It's easier in that it's much less structured, or sorry, much less structured. You don't really need to worry as much about sort of coming up with concepts for what you want to do, and then like, it's a lot easier just because you can just sit down and do your stuff for a few hours and then head off. But then at the same time, it's harder in that a lot of the time, like, it's a lot more of like sitting down and just nose to the grindstone. It's just, you are doing this, you are here for several hours, and you want to do it frequently. So it's very time consuming. But at the same time, I quite enjoy it because it's a bit more freeform and I don't need to sit down for hours watching footage of stuff that I've already done just so I can edit it back together, and also because I then don't really need to think as much on like concepts for videos that I want to do. I do want to get back into doing video content as well, though, at some point, because video content is the best way to grow the channel, so can reach more people that way. But I do definitely think that live is probably my preferred form of content, just because it's more fun for me just being able to sit here and interact with people. But yeah, I would definitely say that the only reason I managed to hit 500 is because I was making video content. I would not be at 500 if I was purely live streaming. Because, like, yeah, YouTube Live is better than it has been in the past, but in terms of just like exposure to people, it's still not the best. Like, you will get traffic from people, but people often, like, most of the time, people don't really use YouTube for live streamers anyway. So you get less of the, like, you get less people who would normally be a live stream audience, like, just sort of finding their way over to you on YouTube. Lots to juggle at once for you. You paint it as meditation, you're very contemplative about it, and sometimes it'll hate how light reflects for an hour, but as boring as whale shit to watch. Yeah, I don't know, I reckon that there's definitely an audience for like listening to you just talk about stuff, because at least from the stuff that I've seen of you, you just like, I think that it can be very engaging just to hear someone who's passionate about a very specific topic, just hearing them talk about it in depth. There is definitely an audience for that. And also, I don't know if I've said this before, if I haven't, don't take it in a weird way or anything. I think you have a really good voice. I, like, because I've done like voiceover stuff, and I've got like a demo reel and all that sort of thing. Like, I went all in on doing voiceover stuff as like one of the many sort of hobbies / potential career avenues that I've peeked into. I really do like, I really like listening to different sort of vocal profiles, and I think you've got a really good voice for just talking. So like, I would listen to you just talking about stuff that you're passionate for hours on end. Sorry, Tyrannid short of mine earlier. That sounded so different than I do now. Yeah, so that was back before I was really doing painting streaming. And at the time, I was kind of, like, my video content back then, I was sort of trying to emulate... so, that's the thing is, like, I feel like when I was doing video content back then, I wasn't really, I had like a persona that I was trying to be that wasn't really me. Like me on like on live stream, this is pretty much just, this is me. This is just like, you can't do a persona for hours on end unless you're really good at that shit. But at least for when I was doing that, I was kind of trying to emulate the cadence and that sort of thing of I Did a Thing in a lot of his older videos, where he's just like very evenly spoken and matter of fact about things, and also quite clear. I think I was leaning into the clarity a bit because I used to have a bit of a speech impediment, and so in primary school, they like took me out of class every now and then to go to a speech therapist because the school had gotten funding, and so now I'm quite precise in a lot of my pronunciation. I think that my accent is a bit more English than the standard Australian accent that you see, because I had speech therapy to sort of get rid of that speech impediment. Going to focus on more longer form videos with voiceover and original music. Thank you, appreciate it. You did quite a bit of stage, television, radio when you were younger. Right, okay, I can definitely see you being a, like, that is definitely a radio voice. Yeah, no, it, like, it was like, just, you have a very cool voice. But I would say that if you want to grow, for longer form content, I would say that the sweet spot is probably around 10 minutes. Because when you go beyond 10 minutes, you can, that's when a lot of people tend to sort of lose retention. Whereas like 10 minutes, I think, is probably the sweet spot for YouTube at the moment, where a lot of viewers will go, okay, this is a nice long video for me to watch, because people's attention spans suck nowadays. It's like, if you make a 40-minute video, unless it's like an absolutely fire video essay, a lot of people are going to watch 10 to 15 minutes and then they're going to dip out, or they're going to skip through it and not really watch any of it. But if you have like a 10 to 15 minute long, more structured video, those I think are generally the ones that perform really well. But yeah, I think the big thing is if you get a bit of a, like, that's the hard thing about video creation on YouTube as opposed to live streaming. That's why I was saying, like, there are easy things and hard things about both. The easy thing about live streaming is you don't really need a structure. You just have a goal, you go in and you do it. Whereas I think that for YouTube videos, often people are on YouTube because they're looking for not necessarily a story, but I think a story is one way to do it. But essentially, they're looking for a structured experience where it's like, okay, today I'm going to be painting, for example, going off. I think you've got a video about doing the beard of a dwarf. A structured idea of that would be sort of explaining the, like, focusing on the different steps of it rather than showing the whole process. Having more focused things on each step of, this is how I start, this is how I did the foundation for the beard, this is the colors that I used for this, and this is why I used these colors, and then this is the like, these are the accents that I used to help build depth, all that sort of thing. By sort of giving it a structure, people are more interested in sort of following along rather than just, there are definitely people who watch the whole thing, but I think for wider audience appeal, a structured experience is really important. What you see most often, it's what people can eat food too. Yeah, so that is definitely a thing as well. There is a big thing for that. So that's like the video essay sort of thing as well. And I think that sort of audience is also the live stream audience. So there is definitely an audience there. But I think for more, like, if you want to see like lots of like new viewers and that sort of thing, I think the most retention you get is from things that are a more structured experience. But yeah, I think that like 10 to 15 minutes is the sweet spot because like Nugget said there, it sort of fits into that time frame of you can eat your meal and then move on afterwards. as opposed to if it's a 40-minute video, you eat your meal and then you move on. Okay, you're doing something else, and so you pause that video at 20 minutes and you might not come back to it. But yeah, like making like YouTube video content is it can be difficult. A lot of it isn't even just like, a lot of it is just like the bar of figuring out what kind of video you're going to do and how you're going to structure it. That's why I do mostly live streaming now, because I'm lazy. And it's easier for me to just sit here and talk to you guys. But yeah, I'm thinking that if I get back into video content, I might lean a little bit more towards shorter form video explainers directed specifically at people who are new to painting. Because I know there's lots of really good painting channels like Squidmar and Trevarion and Ninjon and all them who do really good painting explainers, and like they go really in depth on stuff. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of their stuff is really long, and I think it can be daunting for new painters. So I'm thinking that it might be fun for me just to lean more into shorter, like 2 to 5 minute things of just like explaining simple things about painting to people who are new to the hobby. And I think as someone who is also not a crazy professional painter, I feel like I might be able to sort of explain it in a way that is more digestible for people who haven't painted before. I don't know, but I think that's something that might be worth me looking into. Some of what you do realize will be sort of niche also. Some of what you do you realize will also be niche. I'm trying to find a way to teach people how to meditate as much as anything, how to relax and detach with some music and ASMR experience. Oh yeah, no, and I think that's really cool because that is a really cool niche that I don't think I've seen many other people fill out. So I think that where there is an audience for that sort of thing, you'll be one of the fewer, like there's going to be a lot less competition for you. I think the big thing will be trying to find a way to get yourself out there, because there's definitely going to be an audience. It's just going to be a matter of trying to get out there so that people can find your stuff in the first place. Because there could be a lot of people who aren't necessarily looking for your content, but might really like it, but they may never find it because the algorithm just doesn't favor it like that, which is frustrating. There are 100 really good painters out there to learn from. You want to show people how you escape from pain and the anxiety and depression of watching your body decay away before your eyes. Yeah, like, and that's really important as well. And like, I feel like that's one thing for me as well is I've noticed it, if not explicitly but subconsciously, like painting is just a really good way to just sort of, even without practicing like explicit meditative techniques, it is just a meditative experience because it's just a way to focus on something. And yeah, I think that's a really cool way of sort of framing it. And I think that there's definitely an audience for that. It's just a matter of trying to find a way to reach them. Better be present in the moment and focus away from thoughts and feelings for a while, gives our minds a rest. Yeah, I would say that was like one of the things was I think probably around the time, actually, how long have I been streaming painting for now? I go down through my live stream. About 12 months I've been streaming now. A bit over 12 months maybe. Yeah, that lines up. Because when I got into streaming painting, I was like mentally in a really bad spot there. But for me, that was like the thing that I had to look forward to was live streaming painting, because it was like I felt like I was being productive and I was sort of learning a new skill and just focusing on something when it was just like a way to detach from things. But yeah, I think that's like one of the big things for me, because I had been painting before I started live streaming it, but I think the live streaming was a very big thing because it really encouraged me to sit down and stream for longer, like, or sit down and paint for longer periods of time. Oop, that's awesome. Yeah, I think like to that end, I think it's very important that like people who are struggling have something that they can focus on. Something productive is generally what I'd like to. Or, I don't know. I say productive. This isn't necessarily productive because it's not creating any like material bonus, but you feel like you're making something. So that's why I'm calling it productive. But I think that, I guess creative would be a way of saying it. Yeah, I feel like creative hobbies in general are really, really good for like people mentally. Just because it makes you feel like you're doing something. But I do it. Great to hang out and see what I'm working on as you work. Cool to have a Discord set up too, makes the community for people to be a part of. Yeah, that's the thing. One thing that I like made me quite happy while I was taking my break, while I was like still like where I was in a pretty rough spot and I was taking a long break. It was really like nice to see that people were still like talking and interacting on the Discord. Like it's not a community just for the stream. Like you guys are all like friends to a degree now as well, and it's like even if I'm not necessarily streaming, there's still that connection there. So it's nice to see. Yeah, that's it. It's a nice, cozy little community. So I'm really happy about it. Like a bit, can't check, but just make sure it's Twisted. Yeah, Twisted has got shorts. He's yeah, he does some really nice stuff. You can see like the stuff he's working on, and it's really cool to see it up close like that as well. Also, he's got a good setup for showing off the colors on the stuff he's working on. I don't know, do you have like a light box or something, Twisted? Because I feel like your shorts really show off the vibrancy of a lot of your lighting effects really, really well. Okay, I think that's probably it for the Null Oil coat there, so we can get onto our details, finally. Have a few powerful lights overhead set up at different angles. Right, okay. Yeah, I think the different angles probably helps a lot because it gets rid of a lot of glare and shadows being cast. But also because they generally are done in a black background though, aren't they? So is it? That's why I thought it was some kind of light box. Or is it? Have you just got a black wall back there? Oh, and you've got a little turntable or something there. Maybe? No, maybe not. Yes, because you know a lot of subs come from shorts, so that might help. Yeah, I think the important thing with shorts is because there are different ways that people consume shorts as well. So it depends on what kind of shorts you make. Because I think the shorts that get you sort of engaged subscribers, like people who will come back and watch your other stuff, are generally the shorts where you will somehow tie it into your other stuff, or somehow like create a consistent angle. So either where you establish you as a person so that they recognize you, or you tie it into a longer video so then they're encouraged to go and watch the longer video. Because otherwise, a lot of the time, if it's just like, if there's just a short where it's just showing a mini and then it's done, oftentimes people won't really have that association of that mini with your channel or with your voice or whatever. And then they don't really have an incentive to go and watch a longer video. But if you sort of show a section of it or a work in progress, and then you either mention at the end that there's a full version of that painting, or you just in some way make you as a person or you as a brand part of that short, then people are more likely to sort of recognize it and maybe stick with it, as opposed to just scrolling to the next one. Okay, so we're gonna get started on the little details now. I think we'll start just like with all the thousands of rivets and shit, because that'll take a long time. Like a compound sentence, put an independent clause into the short and there's a dependent clause in the full video. Yeah, that sort of thing. You try to do that more, make a long form video, then put a short clip from it in for YouTube to draw folks to Patreon. Yeah, exactly. Like that's just, it's all about like trying to bring people into the place that you want them to be. So it's like you sort of cast a wide net, and then you manage to catch the people who might be interested in it, because there's a lot of people who might like your stuff but just might not come across it. And so it's about making it as palatable as possible. What's the name of this legion? Iron Warriors. I need to get a visual reference on the right so that I know what kind of metallic accents they use. Okay, so they're mainly grey. They've got gold accents from the looks of it. Grey and gold with hazard stripes and symbols of the fourth of it. How do you think the Rune Lord brass would work for our rivets? Do we think it'll work, or do we think it'll be too subtle? It might be too subtle. But I think Hachette copper might be too bright. We'll give them both a try and see what we think. Actually, Retributor Gold might be good as well. That might be too yellow. Okay, we'll try Hachette Copper and Rune Lord Brass first, see what we think. And then we might do the Retributor Gold. get our tiny little regular brush here. Starting to get better and quicker at using the editor, so there'll be still work on some more shorts. Yeah, that's the main, again, I've said this a few times, that's my main barrier to entry for video content, is editing is just such a pain for me. Like, I can do it, but it's just such a drag for me. I can't, like, focus on it. Although, now that I'm medicated, actually, I might be able to. I think Runelord Brass might actually be good, because it's subtle enough, but it is still noticeable. I think these will be good for the rivets. Yeah, I reckon Runelord Brass is the way to go. Actually, I may as well just try one of the other metallics, just so that I don't miss out on anything. But I just have a sneaking suspicion that these other metallics might be a little bit too bright and sort of contrast a bit too much against the Iron Warriors scheme. What do we think? Left or right? It looks like it basically looks the same on camera. Who am I kidding? Actually, no, you can kind of see. So these left three are a little bit brighter than the right three. I think maybe we go the Hashut Copper. Just because it's easier to see. But I don't know if it's going to be too bright for Iron Warriors. I reckon it'll be fine. It's so similar here, I'm not going to bother repainting those three. Man, I'm so glad that I realized that the Stellaris soundtrack is copyright free. It's so good. This is my jam. So good for sitting down for long periods of time as well. I guess it's designed for that because Stellaris games are so long. not going to bother repainting those three, and that's the only part of the model you can focus on. That's what you do. That's what you do at least. No, but look, they look basically the same. It should be fine. Shelling has become. Gotta love this. What's the shelling? Oh, I'm making a mess of these rivets. Got overzealous. Fireworks over your house? Oh, I see. Wouldn't it be a day late for you guys? Or I guess people just getting rid of any excess fireworks from the from yesterday? Or is 4th of July like a week-long festival? You know how overzealous they are. Where you live, they do it for like a week. Do it all weekend. Yeah, I see, I see. It's a one-day celebration. Well, I guess what happens is they probably stock up on fireworks. They get to the end of the day and they're like, damn, we only went through like a quarter of them. Man, I love painting rivets. It's so good. I love it. People use any excuse they can get. Fair enough. Are fireworks legal all the time in the US, or are they like they're just like mostly you're not allowed to get them, but then they're fair game on like certain days? So I don't believe consumer fireworks are a thing here in Australia. Stopped by the Warhammer shop earlier for the free mini, and also bought more than you more that you wanted. Yeah, that's always how they get you. They'll bait you in with promises of free shit, and then you'll end up buying like over $100 worth of goods. And you said you are. It'd be such a pain to make it only legal for a few days during the year. I guess so, and it'd be rough for the retailers as well. I think it'd mainly just be an issue for the retailers. Because it'd be like, they're allowed to stock these for a certain time of year, but then they become, like, any leftover stock becomes contraband. One sec. um, my my freaked out for a little bit there. Are we still going? Okay, yeah, we're still going. For some reason, my browser that was running the stream just crashed, but we're still good. Where are we? Okay, yep, that's now. Buying stuff was the plan. If you spend $100, you get a coin, and you want to collect it once for this year. Oh, right, yeah. I've got a couple of coins, yeah. I mean, it's pretty hard to buy something at GW and not get the coin with the way they price their shit. $100 is like the starting price for most things. Been a while since you went to your local hammer. Was an hour away. It's also the size of a small closet, not very handicapped accessible. But yeah, I feel like there's not. I guess it's hard to say. It depends on the area. There's not many in Brisbane either. The one that is in Brisbane is. It's not tiny. It's not huge though. It's probably like 3 to 4 meters to the back wall from the street. And then it's probably 4 or 5 meters wide. Like, it's not minuscule, but it's definitely a lot smaller than the one in Akihabara that I was used to going to while I was in Japan. But I think that the Akihabara one is probably one of the biggest ones in the world. Oh, hey, welcome back, Juggernaut. Love Japan when you went? Yeah, no, I love it there. I need to go back. Because I was more or less going once a year since 2018, but when COVID hit, I missed a year there, and then I did my 1 year exchange after. So I did my 1 year university exchange after COVID, which was awesome. Loved that. But then I haven't gone back since I came back from the exchange, just because I'm a little bit poor. But yeah, I really want to go back to Japan. It's my happy place. I don't know where, like, I don't even know what I'd do when I go back, because I've been there so much. I've seen like most of the touristy stuff. I feel like I just want to I want to go just so that I can be there and just like walk around Tokyo and just like go to my old haunts and stuff. It's just nice being there. Got a friend over there that you've got to go visit? No, yeah. Have you been before, or would that be your first time if you go? Haven't even gotten to uni yet. Oh, I mean, what you could do, if it fits in with your stuff. I don't know what the scholarship programs are like where you are, Chicken Nugget, but I would say that university is a great opportunity for going overseas. If you could, like, second or third year, go on a university exchange to somewhere you want to go, get some scholarships, so get your GPA up to like 5 or so, 5 or 6, and then, actually, I don't know if your ranking system is the same. I think it's different to the Australian one. If you get your GPA up, you, like, Japan, like, the Japanese government will pay you to go to Japan, or wherever, really. So many scholarship programs that make it really easy for you to go and spend time overseas. I would definitely recommend it. What's your job? I work at my family's hardware store, so retail, nothing crazy. But it puts the warhammer on the table. It'd be your first time going there? Oh, mate. I would say, if you're going to go, I would say that 2 weeks is a very good period of time. If rather than going on for university exchange, if you want to go before you potentially do anything like that, if you do choose to do that. But if you want to go just for a holiday, I'd say that 2 weeks is a really comfortable period of time where you're not rushing to do things every day. And you still have plenty of time to just go around and, like, see lots of different cities. Like, I would say that 2 weeks is probably long enough for you to comfortably see 3 major cities. Like, the easy ones are Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka, because Kyoto and Osaka are right next to each other. They're really easy. But Tokyo, you can spend a few days in, and it's just like, just go around and do whatever. It's just a really big city, and it's got really cool stuff. Like, if you've got specific hobbies, there's probably a place with, like, 3 streets full of shops entirely dedicated to that. You'd only want to go for the friend? Yeah, fair enough. In that case, you might only need to go for 1 week and then just hang out in whatever city the friend's in. If they're in Tokyo, you can just spend the week in Tokyo. If they're elsewhere, then you'll be... like, you can probably still spend a couple of days in Tokyo before you go visit your friend wherever they're living. But otherwise, if they're in Osaka as well, Osaka is awesome. Do I live with my parents or alone? Because, you know, if you live with your parents when you go to uni, spending too much on Warhammer. I live with my parents. I am very fortunate. I have a very good relationship with my family. And it's just easier for everyone. You know, have it, like, renting in this economy? Ugh. I mean, and it works because I work at the family shop anyway, so it's it's easier for everyone to get to work if it's just like, we're all in the same place, and it's like, yeah, it is what it is. I would say if you have the option to live with your family, from a financial perspective, it's really good. But at the same time, I'd also say that the year I spent in Japan living alone in a dorm was really, really good for like self-esteem and productivity, because you feel like independent. You're able to just do shit when you want to do shit. I don't know, it's really good. Starting to hallucinate, which means you need to go to bed. Have fun and have a good one. Righto, I'll catch you later, Nugget. Have a good night, mate. okay, no, I did miss some rivets on this side. Good thing I stayed and looked. Missed these ones. Although these ones are probably going to be really hard to see anyway. I think these are going to end up tucked underneath the top panel. I'll ignore these tiny ones. Super lucky that your family and your dad's friends are into this kind of stuff, like all tabletop sort of things. But if you've been starting doing Warhammer otherwise, yeah, I mean, it's always good to have like a group or like a network of people around you who have similar interests. Makes it a lot easier to get into that sort of thing, and also you may not have found it on your own otherwise, but they've just exposed you to that sort of stuff. Gonna head off to bed. Thanks for streaming, friend. That's been good so far. Yeah, righto. I'll catch you later, Twisted. Thanks for stopping by, as always. Have a good night, mate. Be back? Righto. No worries. It's just barely out of focus there. Let's just see if we can pull that back in. There we are. That one will be good. Ugh. I'm making an absolute mess of this section. Whoops. It's completely missed those rivets. It's a little bit better. Okay, one sec, I will be right back. Back in just a moment. That was just possible. Cool. Where were we? Side? I think it was this side. Yeah, it was. Cool. I'm hoping that this torso It's the section that has the single largest number of rivets on it. But I have a feeling that I'm going to be very wrong about that, and there's going to be another section that we're going to come across that's just going to be obscene. Just thousands of them. I guess while I'm here, I should do things that aren't rivets as well, like these little details back in there. I don't know how much of this is going to get covered over by the fuel tank though. Because the flamer fuel tank like clips over this this section here. That might well end up covering up some of these details that I'm doing right now. And I should probably get another metallic out that's more like a rusty sort of colored metallic to do these pipes. I think Runelord Brass isn't gonna quite cut it. It's too similar to the other colors that we've got here. It might be hard to distinguish from the Leadbelcher silver coat we've got. This back section is looking quite nice, honestly. I was worried that the gear was not going to look particularly good. I think I've managed to do it clean enough. Not perfect, but it's pretty good. Like, you can see if you look closely, there's a couple of bits where I missed, like in the top corner here. But no one's going to see that. It's only really visible at certain angles. I just need to get rivets without missing. Cool. Yep, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. And then this outer ring here, because I guess it's like they're alternating between the gold and then silver on this section. So then the next gold bit would be this outer ring. Okay. That is looking pretty solid, I reckon. Bits that are around there will be maybe the points where the pipes connect. Might do those in gold. Well, and then the pipes will come back through and do it sort of rusty metallic. Let's get another position to hold this. Reset our focus. Cool. Yeah, so many little recessed details, but I think that if not for the rivets, at least for the super recessed details like this is going to be the most painful part of the model to do. Because everything else is pretty flat in terms of profile. There aren't a lot of sort of bits that are pulled back into the model, like what we've got going on here. So shouldn't be too bad once we get past these. And yeah, I'm definitely glad that I went with the Hashut Copper, just because it's a lot easier to see the details compared to if we went with Runelord Brass, because especially when you put Runelord Brass right next to Lead Belcher, they have a tendency to just kind of blend together. Like, if you look at it, if you're looking, you can tell them apart, but if you're not really looking for it, then it's quite easy to mistake. Or quite easy to miss, really, yeah. Because I had that with my my broadside battlesuit. Up his rail cannon, there's just like it sort of alternates between Hashut Copper, Lead Belcher, and Runelord Brass. And because I had those three colors all very close together, there were like parts where if I had it go Lead Belcher, Brass, Copper, it's hard to like see the borders between the lead belcher and the brass, and between the brass and the copper. It's sort of weird. So I had to like, yeah, it was an odd one. Yeah, just what you got to do to get stream views. Literally painting RHP onto a black base coat. Have your Necrons right now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just since I'm painting my stuff, I just throw the stream on, and yeah, a lot of the time people just like to paint while they have something in the background. Yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason I stream a lot more than I make video content now. It's because I'm lazy as hell. Painting with painting in the background, love it. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I don't know, it's like, I think in the past someone has described it as like having a gym buddy. And I feel like that sums it up really well. Because it's like, I often will find it hard to bring myself to paint in my own time. But if I schedule a stream, then it's like I've got people holding me accountable. And so it's just like, you've got people to hang out with while you do it. Okay, I think that's all the rivets and super fine details that we need to worry about for the torso at the moment. Don't think I've missed anything significant. Can always come back and pick it up again later. Or actually, may as well do these little bits while I see them. Don't want to forget. Once I've done all the rivets all over it, I'll come back with my sort of rustier colored metallic to do the pipes in the recesses. think I will had to change account due to some glitch. Hasn't that journey going so far? I think I do remember. No, yes, this was a while ago. Yeah, no. Been going really well, mate. How are you? Been a while. Um, yeah, my nights are going pretty well. I haven't so I'm sure, as you probably remember, I am slow as shit when it comes to painting anything. So to date, I've only finished painting 3 knights. I've got a Warglaive, I've got a Helverin, and I've got a Knight Errant. And yeah, this is going to be the 4th one. But then with these 4 together, at least, I'll have a combined force of 1k points. Although I learnt that apparently this is shit in the tabletop. Have fun, man. Off to find something a little ladder to put on. Don't want to watch while painting. Just listen. Listen, gonna do it. Love the concept though. Cheers. Yep, right. I'll catch you later, Narcoleptic. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Have a good one. But yeah, so I've only got 3 painted knights. I've got a lot collected, so I'm pretty sure I can probably do up a full 2k points if they're painted. I've collected way more minis than I have, or than I can paint. I just got a Warlord. Okay, I was gonna say, if that was like a 40k Warlord, that is an investment. So how big is the Titanicus Warlord? Be like, I guess hard to sort of ballpark, because Titanicus is much smaller scale, aren't they? They're like 32 mil scale. So what would the Warlord be sitting at in that? Yes, so back. Hey, Mac, how you going? Just shy of a Questoris. Oh, okay. Never mind. I was not aware that the Titanicus scale. I guess it's still a Warlord at the end of the day, so it makes sense that it would be. It would still be near the. It'd be pretty big. I think that the dreadnoughts are smaller than your fingernail. What? That's crazy. How would you even I know that they'd be quite simplified, but that still seems crazy to try and paint something that small. Because there's only so much you can do to simplify it without like removing all readability. Like it'd still have enough details on it to read as a dreadnought. You got the LI starter set. What is the LI starter set? I'm still not down with all the acronyms. Legions Imperialis. Oh, okay. So is that for things like the wait, so is that for like the small scale knights? Oh my god, probably more detail than the big one. It just slapped Imperial Fist Contrast and then called it a day. Nice. I mean, it is what it is. If it works. Small knights and even. Yeah, I remember when I was looking at buying my Cerastus Knights, I nearly got baited by the Legion Imperialis ones, because it was like a 2-pack of Cerastus Knights for something dirt cheap, and I was like, no way, what a steal! And I had it in the cart, and then I saw and I reread the name, and I was like, hang on, what is this? And I googled around, and I was like, oh shit, I nearly just scammed myself. Okay, that's probably good for our first lot of stuff. Go over to our next. The new bad Jurassic Park movie. I gave up on Jurassic Park with Jurassic World. Jurassic World was a dumpster fire, and everything after that was bad. Or everything after that was somehow worse. Of Legion Imperialis. Extra pieces are crazy if you bet it. On one scroll, and you get 2 extra Tactical Marines, 2 Terminators, a few Dreadnought legs, 3 jump packs, and a few command models. Right. I see, but I guess that's all the tiny scale, though. But neat that they are able to, well, neat that they give you spares like that, because they don't do that with a lot of their other stuff. GW are usually allergic to giving handouts. Hang on, I'm trying to remember. Time Warrior has a gold trim, which means that you'd want silver rivets on the gold trim. But then we'll stick with our gold rivets everywhere else. Mind you, when you went to Warhammer World, they had a promotion where if you could find an assassin in the big diorama, you could get it for free. That's awesome. The assassin. Yeah, I imagine you meant the assassin. That'd be crazy if you get the diorama. Did you find the assassin or no? Hate building models besides Space Marines. Just the amount of time it takes is something that could have just been 3 parts. Yeah. There are, like, sometimes there are certain models which are just so complicated to assemble. You can easily spend more than a day assembling some of the big ones. Like this guy that I'm painting right now had some quite crazy parts to his assembly. Once I do these rivets, I'll show you what I mean. But yeah, like Mac, I don't remember if you were here a couple of days ago when I was doing the base coding for this, but one of the parts for this, for the assembly, is the arm with the flamer on it. Which is, it's a cool gun. It's a very cool gun. But the flamer has a tube that runs to the backpack. But you see, these segments, each of these segments is actually two bits because it's a flexible tube. And so it was like 42 sections for this tube alone. So it was so dumb, but it's so cool. But it's so convoluted to assemble. Be for real, if you were in a Warhammer faction, what faction would you want to be a part of? Look, anyone who doesn't say they would want to be in the Tau Empire is lying. The Tau Empire is the only place where you could be in the Warhammer universe and have it not be completely shit. But yeah, like the Tau Empire is the only place where you actually have a chance of having a good life. Unless you're an orc, because then you would be an orc. You're not just like, and at least if you're an orc, you're having a good time. You steal Colts all the way. Of course, Tiki. Welcome back, by the way, mate. How you been lately? And apparently GW's made a new worst kit. What is that? What is their new worst kit? I'm intrigued. Simply be a Necron Overlord. But no, but Necron Overlords, sure, like they're powerful, but their lives still suck. Like they're constantly living under the crushing weight of the knowledge that they are not themselves. Like they're just like, just knowing that you're not even the original you. That's fucked up. Also, you don't have a soul, so you can't feel anything. You're just kind of like, I don't know. I feel like being a Necron would suck, unless you're Trazyn, because Trazyn is just like, he's just a sassy guy who likes to steal people's shit. Like, to have a good time as a Necron, you need to put in extra effort. You've been good, been busy doing some water. You'll be back to streaming later in the month. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I mean, I'd taken some time away from streaming as well. Always things that sort of get in the way. But yeah, good to see you back, mate. Might unconsciously go with Nurgle, but if you want your sanity, maybe Tau. It's not just if you want your sanity, it's just like the standards of living in general in the Tau Empire are really good. Like, if you look past the whole, like, stratified society where, like, the Empire is going to choose who your, who you partner up with in the future and all that. Like, they're going to choose your husband or wife and then sort of choose what job you work. Beyond all that, your standard of living is good. Like, you get plenty of food, you get a house, like, you'd have a fulfilling life. Hear me out, be an Imperial citizen on an angry world far from battle. You know the Imperium's large and they're out there kill. It wouldn't be an agri world that you'd want to be on. You'd want to be on a feudal world. What you'd want to be on is you'd want to be on a feudal world that is home to a knight house. Because that's like actually just like medieval Europe, basically. And then your lord is just a guy in a mech suit who, when the aliens show up, he goes full Pacific Rim and sorties to defend his peasantry. That would be, like, ideal place to live in the Imperium. Agri-worlds are fucked up because that's just, the entire world is a wheat field and there's chemicals everywhere and you're just choking to death on, like, all sorts of pesticides. Probably find 21st century Earth in some random place in the Imperium if you tried, like, due to the sheer amounts of worlds. Honestly, I think you'd want to be in a human world that isn't part of the Imperium. Because the second you're part of the Imperium, you're like, you're just kind of, you're stuck. Because either you're going to get attacked by aliens and the Imperium isn't going to give a fuck, or you'll be chilling, no alien attacks, but like 80% of your GDP of your entire world gets yoinked and taken back to Terra. I feel like unless you're in unless you're on like a night world or something where it's self-sufficient to a degree, you're just kind of in a shit situation, no? Worlds are top, but because they're good assets, they might be specifically targeted. Yeah, but because they're good, because they are good assets, you need to remember, the good asset is the fact that the ruling class of that night world are a bunch of medieval lords who sortie out in these big fucking robots to protect their peasants. Like, I feel like if you're a peasant on one of those worlds, if your lord is dying, then, look, you were done anyway. That's just bad luck on your end. But I feel like that's one of the better Imperial worlds that you could land on. Terra's cooked for real. Terra is actually disgustingly bad in 40k. Genuinely, like, the worst planet to be on. Would rather be on Necromunda than Terra. But if the Edge of Strife is playing out right now, we're just a random world. True. Milky Way's a big place. Worst planet to be on would be Cadia. Well, it depends on when you're talking. Prior to it having a Blackstone fortress thrown at it like a brick, probably not the worst. I would say that Terra would still be worse. But at the time of it having a Blackstone fortress thrown at it like a brick, then it'd probably be pretty bad to be on Cadia. Yeah, you gotta go now. Good luck, mate. Come back next time. See you later. Right, yeah, I'll catch you later, Paul. Thanks for stopping by again, mate. Have a good one. What if the Necrons reform the Catan and then send them into Rift, and then the Catan kill the Chaos Gods? I don't know if the Catan... First of all, if the Necrons reform the Catan, the Necrons absolutely would never want to reform the Catan. But if they do reform the Catan, I don't think the Catan would just let themselves be sent into the Great Rift or the Eye of Terror. I think they would just turn around and kill the Necrons on sight. But after that, I don't even know if the Catan could go into the warp. Like, because they are purely physical entities. I don't know if they'd be able to exist in the... I don't think they'd be able to actually enter the Great Rift or enter the Eye of Terror, no? Either that, or they might go in there, but I don't know if they'd be able to interact with the Chaos Gods. I feel like the Katana just immune to demons and chaos because they're so cool. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I don't know if, like, I don't know if they'd be able to necessarily do anything to the Chaos Gods because they, because they don't have a psychic footprint at all. Like, I feel like it would just be a staring contest between them where neither can hurt the other. But if one of the Chaos Gods are a Catan, would be Slaanesh for real? I don't think they would be, though. Because the whole point of the Catan is they are gods of the material universe, so they are completely disconnected from the warp. But also, yeah, there wouldn't be any one Chaos God because there's so many, like, because there's a lot of different Catan and they all have like different domains. But since they're gods, they have their own domains, kind of like how the Chaos Gods have their domains. Keep yapping, man. All right, all right. Look, I'm just trying to yield your questions. I'm here. I'm dancing like the monkey on screen. I am, and it's never good enough, is it? Kids these days. Yeah, I will say I quite like the well, it's quite nice doing like a full night in. Oh, hang on, I'm about to cough. I think. Yeah. Ow. Yeah, I like doing like a night almost fully in metallic for a change, because all the ones that I have so far are pretty much exclusively all their panels and stuff are all just regular painted. So it's cool to have something that's just fully metallic as like a just a nice, it's a cool aesthetic. Ugh, shit. Hopefully that didn't smear anything. No, it didn't. Cool. Love Spider-Man getting people to read the god-awful, or Spider-Verse getting people to read the god-awful comics, and Arcane getting people to install League. The Arcane League example is so funny, because my sister was super big and she loved Arcane, and that's what made her install League, and she fucking hates League. It was like the worst decision of her life. But the thing is, she still, like, she hates playing League, but somehow she's gone down like the rabbit hole of kind of enjoying watching like streamers play it. Like, she appreciates the gameplay but hates playing it, which is a little weird, because like I've been playing League pretty much as long as it's been out, but I've never gone down like the aisle of watching streamers or pro players play League. Like, I'll watch Kesha videos, but I won't watch like live streams of people playing League. The most I'll do is like sometimes I'll watch Worlds. What other sections we use the gold on here? Probably the handles for one. Ugh. Don't think any wet paint that gotten smeared with that, the way it fell. Oh, still looking pretty good. Can probably do this section here. Okay, I think last up for the gold on this top panel, we'll do the inside of the door. What we'll do rivets first up. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Labini? What kind of battle mat do you buy? What do you mean battle mat? As in, is it Lava City? Oh, these for the tabletop? Oh, I see the messages now. Oh, sick. I mean, I am biased towards the lava one. I think the lava one looks awesome, but I think that it's probably less versatile in what kinds of terrain you could thematically use with it. Because actually no, you could run ruins with that. Be like a dead world. You wouldn't have trees or anything like that. Yeah, I'm biased towards the lava one that you sent. Built-in modular terrain would be like Mustafa. Right, yeah. Oh yeah, also about the question you asked yesterday with regards to the trying to get that sort of that color going, the sort of ghostly like skeletal color, or like where it's like the green with the very faint sort of greenish glow. I had a go at trying to pull it off with the paints that I have. I don't think there's a simple way to do it. I think that it's what, like, if you want to get it done looking like what they've got in that photo you sent to the Discord, it's probably going to be a lot of glazing. I don't think there's going to be a simple one and done way to do it. Yeah, good advice. Must drive now. Thank you. Right, I'll catch you later, mate. Got something you're gonna experiment when you get back. Righto. Yeah. Yeah, I reckon to get it the way they've done it in the GW official photo for those units, it's probably going to use a lot of glazing. That should be pretty good there. Can always do additional details when we come back through. Just going with our gold detailing for the time being. And the rivets always make such a big difference when you get them done. It's always the tiny little details that really make things look nice. I don't know what I'm going to do for this section here, whether I'm going to do this in the gold trim or... Actually, because a lot of Iron Warriors, they're not always gold trim. I'm wondering if... Do I have a darker sort of rusty color? No, that's very... This is very similar to my hash at copper. I need to... I mix that with a little bit of this sort of brown red. You're gonna lose some of the metallic sort of look to it. The interspersed with a regular paint. Just mix that together. This might be nice, actually. Yeah, equal parts rust and hull red. It's us. Ooh, actually, I might want to go 2-to-1 rust to hull red. Just looking at it. Oh, sorry, 2-to-1 hull red to rust. I reckon this is still a bit too close to what we currently have. Wipe that away. Do I have one of my little... mixing pellets? One sec, just gonna quickly duck over to the next room and get my pallet. Paint that I'm mixing it out of airbrush paints. I don't really want to mix it on my wet palette because it'll just completely kill the consistency of them, and then they won't cover at all. But essentially, if we start with one part of our 1-drop rust, and before that was 1-to-1 rust to red, so let's go 1-to-2 rust to red. 1, 2, see how that mixes. This could be good. Just... yeah, I think this is going to be really nice for the trim, actually. Well done, me. Let's just smooth that out so that it doesn't clump. And we can probably use this for our like recessed pipes and stuff as well. And I think I might well be able to still use my my gold for our rivets on this. Well, I think the gold will show through nicely. Essentially, I just want to make sure I cover evenly with this because at the end of the day, it is still airbrush paint, so it's quite thin. Might need a second coat just to get it to cover well. And I also want to be careful not to have it fall into these little vents. I just got done losing 3 straight ranked games of Siege. My condolences. Oh man, I have not played Siege in a long time, and my life is the better for it. Siege was just, that was an infuriating experience. Last I played it was like at the height of the Defender meta, where it would just be like Bandit partnering up with the Frosty, with the Cold guy, the guy who just freezes explosives. So you just can't breach shit. I don't know if they've fixed that or not, but it was just the most cringe time to play, and I will not go back. Hasn't changed. Awesome. People don't use the new ops really though. Well, that's because I feel like Siege, it gets to a point where like all of the niches are covered. Like you've got operators for every job that you could possibly need in that style of game. It's really people reverting back to like 2021-ish ops. Yeah, well, because that's when they were like still getting like new mechanics and shit back then. But now it's like everyone just does the same shit just with extra steps. Like, I was playing Sens because I liked the funny business, but he's fucking useless. He's just silly. Like, Tobaro, Frost guy never gets played, Sens is terrible by the way. I thought, like, hang on, I had some friends who got back into Siege and they were trying to, like, rope me back in, and they're like, don't worry, Jack, Sens has been buffed. Sens has been buffed. He's actually good now. Has he been buffed and he's still bad, or were they just completely lying to me and he just hasn't been buffed at all? Because they were saying that he got, like, some decent changes. But as an aside, if Tobaro isn't getting played anymore, then it means that they at least must have fixed that the way that Defender meta worked somehow. Because it was just like permanent, like full lockdown. It's just Tobaro plus Bandit, or the guy who shoots the claw that does the same shit, and you just cannot breach. That they're just forced to try hard push it. You're forced to take Maverick, and then just get shot while you're trying to blowtorch some holes, or you're forced to just try to like soft breach and just push that shit and then die in the doorways. He's still terrible even though he was buffed. Warden and Glaz can't see through his stuff, and they can't be shot by while rolling, but he's still buns. Right, okay. Well, I mean, at least... Oh, actually, they put it both ways. Sad that Glaz can't see through his stuff now. That's both a buff and a nerf, because more people play Glaz than people who play Warden. What? No one plays Warden. And in meta, it's still mostly a thing, but it's really so much more roaming and extending sight. Right. I feel like that is both less frustrating and more frustrating at the same time. Obviously, people are going back to Warden purely for SMG12. Right, okay. I'm not looking forward to trying to edge or do the little edges here with my tiny brush because this is really thin paint. I have a feeling I'm just going to get it everywhere. Well, actually, might not even need to use the tiny brush. Ugh, no, yeah, that's gonna be bad. I can see it sitting on the flat part of the armor panel there. Let's clean that up. There we are. Watching more Warhammer lore because you're really new and people actually think the custodians look cool in game. In lore, they're also look like stupid little dwarves to me. You you are 100% right, Juggernaut. It's because the custodians models are quite old, and so in older Warhammer, the scale of everything was a lot smaller, and so yeah, the issue that the issue that they run into is a lot of the other models have gotten updated and been made bigger and given better proportions, but a lot of the Custodes models are still those really weird, like squat-looking short dudes. But if you look up Firstborn Space Marines, they have the same issue where they're like, they're really short. Botan has entered the chat. Yep. No, yeah, like if you look at the what the Firstborn Space Marine models look like, they're quite similar. Where they're also quite short. They're stocky. But yes, in lore, the Golden Banana Boys are very cool. What are the coolest Space Marines, Chaos included? How cool do you think their models are? That is very subjective. My personal preferences, I am a Thousand Suns guy. They are Chaos Space Marines who essentially they're most, like, a vast majority of them are Psychers. Actually, I think the only surviving Thousand Suns are Psychers, and so they're all very powerful. And their model, like their design, it's like very like Egyptian inspired. But it's like Egyptian inspired in a good way. It's not just like, it's not like cringe or like insensitive. It's cool. Like they've gone in their own unique direction, but it still like calls back to like Egyptian theming. I really like them. They are my boys, but I'm very biased. But to be fair, you did ask a very subjective question. But yeah, Thousand Suns are my favorite Space Marines. And their models, I believe, are also quite good. A pain in the ass if you want to put if you don't want to put effort into painting them, they can be a bit of a pain because they've got lots of trim and stuff. Because they've got really intricate designs. So if you want to paint them quickly, then they can be irritating. But if you want to put the time into painting them, they can look really cool. They do look really cool, but the little monster-looking dudes are kind of ugly. What are the little monster-looking dudes? Are those the possessed Marines? Oh, the Zangors! Are they like the bird dudes? Do I have one here? No, I don't have one. Oh! This might be a Zangor back here. These... Oh, hang on. Are you talking about these dudes? Because these guys are technically not really Thousand Suns. They are, but they aren't. So these are not Space Marines. And Games Workshop, in the previous Combat Patrol, they used the horrors. Okay, yeah, okay. The horrors are goofy as hell. Yeah, the tabletop models for horrors suck. That's just unfortunate. But again, those are specifically Chaos Demons. So if you want to play Thousand Suns, you do not need to run horrors or Zangors. You can purely run Thousand Suns sorcerers and rubric marines and their and then demon engines like the Hell Drake and the Forge Fiend and those sorts of things. So you can very easily build a Thousand Suns army that doesn't use horrors or Zangors. But yeah, I agree. The horror models, they suck. They look so much better in, like, there are really old video games that they show up in, like Dawn of War, where they look really cool. They're much bigger, they're chunkier, and they look menacing, but they just look so bad on the tabletop. Other Space Marine factions that look cool, I believe the first ones you found were the Night Lords. So those guys are the that kill team that you found first up. Aesthetically, they're very cool, but GW doesn't make a lot of models specifically for them. As far as loyalist Space Marines go, my favorite ones are probably the Dark Angels, because their whole aesthetic is they're like medieval knights. So they've got some really cool unique models, and they've got a few different color schemes that you can run them with. GW loves selling plain Marines to the masses of fanboys. Exactly. Because GW knows that if they make a really cool model for a specific type of Space Marine, at the end of the day, it's only really the fans of those Space Marines that will buy them. But if they make a generic Space Marine model with nothing interesting and unique about it, but you can play it on the tabletop with its own special rules, the masses will buy them in droves. It's sad. I will say, I do quite like the models for the Death Guard. Unfortunately, a lot of the Death Guard stuff focuses on their non-Space Marine things. But the Death Guard have really cool Space Marine models, and they have really cool unique vehicles. New Space Wolves are so much more detailed, but you're not a big fan. You passed the test. So, this is purely my opinion, but my opinion is this is 100% true. Games Workshop have two Space Marine factions that they like more than everyone else. Those are the Ultramarines and the Space Wolves. The Ultramarines, they're the Blueberry Boys. They're the coolest guys ever, and they do all the cool stuff and always win. That's the Ultramarines. They're just the coolest guys ever. That's their job. The Space Wolves, they're like the Ultramarines, but they're a bit edgy. They're really cool, but they're also like a little bit feral. They're kind of like, because they're werewolves, you know. So they're like the coolest guys ever, but they got that dog in them, you know. But they're still really cool. That's the way Games Workshop treats them. I am heavily biased against both the Ultramarines and the Space Wolves. DW also hates Iron Hands. Who are they? Who are the Iron Hands? I forgot about them. Oh, they're one of the two chapters that never existed in the first place, right? Surely that Legion didn't actually have named characters in it or anything at any point, right? After Rogue Trader, the Wolves were your first love, but you stopped with Marines after the Primaris introduction? Right. I think the thing for you is you hate seeing human faces on Space Marines. That's why you're... that's partially why you want to do Necrons. Yeah, I can see that. The one thing to be aware of is you don't have to put the human face on them. All Space Marine kits will have... all Space Marine kits will have helmeted options for them, so you're not going to be forced to put the you won't be forced to put a like a face on them. I'm Father Ferris. Oh wow, I'm impressed, Juggernaut. So I was doing a bit. I love the Iron Hands. Ferris Manus is a beast, but the reason that I was doing that bit is because during the Horus Heresy, at the very beginning of the heresy, all of the Iron Hands pretty much got one shot. Like, the heresy starts, and the Iron Hands just got completely fucked. Everyone from the Iron Hands that mattered, and pretty much everyone from the Iron Hands just died in like one battle. Which sucks because they're really cool. But yeah, they basically got written out of the lore immediately. Like, they exist, but there's just not many of them. And their Primarch died immediately. Iron Hand's named characters got bodied, or get bodied, but the Marine had to be as far away from possible from heresy. Yeah, I mean, like, because they were one of the, correct me if I'm wrong, were they not one of the strongest legions? Just in terms of, like, threat to the heresy, like, they were one of the big problems, which is why they had to be wiped out so thoroughly at the beginning. Am I remembering that correctly, or am I just completely off base? They could still be very strong. They're very imperial, including Semitic resurrection. Right. Yeah, but also the Iron Hands are really sad now because Ferris died, and so now they all like actually believe that the flesh is weak. When like Ferris's whole thing was like he wanted them to like respect their mortality and shit, but he died before he could tell them that. It's sad. It's like the same sort of shit with like the Thousand Sons, where it's like they could have been so good, but they just got the worst hand. They got dealt the worst shit possible, had to deal with so many bad things happening around them, and then just got pushed into like a horrible circumstance. Like they could have been so cool. Pre-heresy Iron Hands were a problem. Yeah. Back. Oh, hey, welcome back, Mean Puff. Mean Puff is Mac. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was like from a previous stream, and I just like I hadn't seen you in a while or not. You're Mac. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I know a couple of people today have been people from a long time ago who've dropped back in, so I wasn't sure if I just like this was another one and I just forgotten the name. Yeah. Let this dry before I paint the underside. Just end up smearing all the stuff that I was working on. Come back to this one because this is probably ready to another coat on. What do we reckon? I think we might need another coat. Yeah, we'll need another coat there to make that look nice and full. Basically, our hands work so well together due to none of them really having differing opinions and just working super well in the units. I see. It was just they had really good cohesion. It's just the boys rocking up. Every time you look at a Space Marine group, they're all basically the same blue guys. Why is it doing that? So, remember what I said about how GW loves the Ultramarines? Essentially, for any generic Space Marine unit where it can be where it's not unique to an army, the display image that they will show will be them painted as Ultramarines. The reason they do that is partially because Ultramarines are the most popular one to wide audiences, but also because they don't want to bother painting them in all the other color schemes. And for demo photos, blue tends to show off the details of the models the best. So you'll find similar things if you go over and look at the Imperial Knights models. Most of them will also be painted blue. The only situations where you'll find units that aren't painted in their generic color scheme will be in the event of things that are specifically units that belong to certain, or that belong to a unique legion. So, for example, if you go to the Death Guard, the Plague Marines are specifically a Death Guard unit, so they will be painted as Death Guard. But there will also be Chaos Space Marines there, which can be painted as Death Guard, but they won't be normally. They'll be painted as Black Legion. So basically, if they're painted as blue guys, that means that it's a generic Space Marine model. So it's not unique to that faction. So it's still part of that faction, and you can still paint it as whatever you want, but that's just like for their demo photos, they'll always paint the generic ones as Ultramarines. Red Unclaimed model is perfect for what it's supposed to look like. Oh yeah, no, like all of the Nurgle models look amazing. They're so gross. It's awesome. I love them. That's why I like the Plague or the Death Guard models, is because like the Plague Marines look really cool, and then the Death Guard just have some really cool vehicles as well, like the Plague Burst Crawler. Like, if I wasn't a Thousand Suns guy, I might be a Death Guard guy. Although, World Eaters are actually cool as hell. Especially loyal World Eaters. That's the thing as well, like, loyal World Eaters were like, they were like honorable knights and shit. And then Angron showed up and ruined everything. I guess he ruined everything because the Emperor showed up to Angron's place and ruined everything. I learned the story of Angron earlier today. Low-key feel bad for him. Oh, yeah, no, like, Angron got... He had, like... He got dealt, like, all of the worst shit. He had a really rough time. The Emperor is a bastard. Actually, like, the entire heresy is the Emperor's fault. People, like, go, oh, it's Magnus's fault. He did all that. No, it is the Emperor's fault. The Emperor is the reason for the heresy, and, like, if people say the otherwise, they are literally just glazing the, they're glazing the skeleton on the chair because they think he's cool and strong. The Emperor just, like, made a mess of everything, and yeah, Angron got fucked. But also, the way Angron treated his sons was it was unforgivable. Actually the worst. Like, Angron had a lot of issues, and he had the nails, but he also treated his sons absolutely horribly. For no reason. Okay. Just a couple more coats on some bits here. Back over to, I think we'll do the trim on the main bits that we did. Couldn't care less if W gave us more pro marks, but in 40k, but give us Korax. Yeah, I feel like surely Korax is going to be part of like a double drop. It's going to be like Korax and the guy who's, you know, we know who the guy is. What's his name in the tower who doesn't really do much? Korax and the guy. His name probably starts with A. I think it starts with A. Word bearer's guy. Yep. I need to mix up some more of our paint here. So 1, 2 brown. Nurgle's Rot. Then 1 copper. That might have been a small thing of copper, so I might need to see. Yes, it's looking a little bit dark for what I want. Yeah, we'll get a tiny bit more copper in there. Hopefully that's not too much. I think that should be good. You have 2 friends who introduced you to this like a few days ago and you've been really invested, but it's kind of annoying that they immediately went on a trip camping so you can't contact them. I know the feeling when you're just like binging lore and there's like all this cool shit you want to talk about and you want to talk at people about it, but you can't. I understand completely. Yeah. It's really fun learning about the shit. Yeah, I would say that if you enjoyed Angron's story, I would say that the other Trader Primarchs who have really good tragic stories as well would be like, that'd be Mortarion and Magnus. I'd say that those two are very good. I very much enjoy their stories. I feel like you can't hear the like you can't learn like the story of the Thousand Sons and of Magnus and not like the Thousand Sons at the end. Like they're so good. Like they got done so dirty, and they're so cool. Mostly you watching Bricky recaps of the factions of Angron's story, right? If you want deep dives into that sort of thing, there's a channel called Warhammer. He does really good, like 40-minute to an hour-long deep dives into like the backstory of different factions. He's got really good ones for like the Death Guard and the Thousand Sons and stuff. And he like the way he presents his videos is also very it's very engaging. It's not just like random guy standing there talking. He presents it in a really cool way. I think this is a this is definitely a nicer color to use for the trim than the full-on gold for Iron Warriors, because I think the full-on gold would definitely sort of be a bit too bright for them. And I'll come back and I'll dirty this up a bit, make it look like it's scuffed back to steel in places, but I think this should pretty good. And if not, we can always paint over it, that's not hard. I'll probably end up needing a second coat of this just to make it smooth, because there's going to be a lot of brush marks and some of the colour from underneath peeking through. I'm going to get it as smooth as possible, and then our second coat will hopefully get rid of the brush marks where it's the worst. Ricky's great. Yeah, I haven't watched any of his Warhammer stuff. I used to watch him back when he did like gaming and stuff, but I haven't actually watched any of his Warhammer stuff since he like pivoted towards that several years ago. Phobic's being mean. What is Phobic saying to you? Kind of drunk right now. Oh, okay. Well, I mean that's excusable in that case. Not much we can do about that one. Did I finish the guy I was doing last stream? This is the same guy. So, no. This is... So, Juggernaut. A lot of people paint quite quickly. I am not a lot of people. I take a very long time to paint my shit. So, I finished the last stream. I was pretty much base coating the entire thing in silver. And so then this stream I've been coming through and painting all the little... like all the little rivets and that sort of thing, and now I'm doing the trims. But because these are Imperial Knights, there's a lot of work that I like to put into them, because they have a lot of like a lot of heraldry and stuff that you paint onto them. So I'm going to end up like drawing lots of symbols and stuff all over these flat armor panels. Yeah, it takes his time. Yeah, me and him are opposites. Yeah, I don't know how Technic does it, but he shits out painted minis, like at warp speed and somehow they all still look really, really good. I don't know how. Similar to the little hands I did. Exactly, yeah. Though all those sorts of things where, because all of them by default, they'll come just like a blank slate. And so then I'll just like, I'll get my teeny tiny brush like this and I'll draw out those symbols and then fill them in. Because this one is based off the Iron Warriors, there isn't going to be as much in the way of symbols, which means I'm going to be putting more effort into all the other things to make it look polished. So I'm going to focus more on things like the rivets and that sort of thing, and just making it look like trying to make it look really fucking beautiful. Because I'm going to have it on the table next to my guys that have lots of heraldry, so I want it to look similarly good. You're looking at Titan models recently. Are they usable in battle or are they just to look cool? They're mainly just to look cool. They do have rules for the tabletop, so theoretically you can run them in battles, but because they cost so much to field, like the point cost attached to them is so high, realistically the only place you're going to be seeing them is in like the super, super, super large games, and no one actually plays those. Or very few people actually have enough models and enough time to play those, like the ultra large apocalypse games. So for the most part, they are to look cool. There is the smallest Titan you can theoretically run in a 2,000 point game, so in a standard game, but he would be worth more than half your army. So you'd have a very small army on the field, plus one of the big guys. So theoretically, you can if you want to. Practically, it's probably not going to happen. You don't know what that means? Yeah, so basically, I don't know what the 2,000 points means. Yeah, so basically, because each unit has a certain point cost attached to it. So you essentially you'll be given a budget of 2,000 points, and so you can have as many units from that. So yeah, you can have as many units as from your army as possible that fit within that budget. So for example, a squadron of let's just say, like, I don't know any of the Space Marine costs, but let's say a squadron of Space Marines costs 200 points. Provided the rules allow you to, you can run 10 of them in a 2,000 point game. You can't actually, because there are rules that stop that, but that's how it works. But yeah, basically, in order to balance the game, all models they cost a certain amount of points for you to play them in an army. So at the start, before anyone starts playing, when you're building your army, you'll be given a budget, and you can spend that budget on the models that you have. How do you find out how much one costs? Usually, it will be listed in the codex, or there's a website called Warhampedia, and that has like all of the tabletop rules, including points cost for different units. But yeah, otherwise the costs will be listed in the codex. Use new recruit. Oh yeah, new recruit's also a good one. I would say that like I quite like Warhampedia instead of New Recruit. Just I feel like the layout is easier to understand. Where New Recruit is like very like, because it's so bare bones, it can be sort of like daunting because it's just like shit everywhere. But yeah, either New Recruit or Warhampedia, both will do the job. They'll tell you how many points each of the units costs. Codexes suck dick. True, and they get revised all the time. Like, the only reason you would buy the codex is so that if you wanted to have it on your, like, on the Warhammer app on your phone, because then at least you'd get the updates to it on your phone every time. But, like, yeah. You still buy them liking the Warhammer app? Oh yeah, no, the Warhammer app is convenient. Like, I just have the free version, but thankfully the Knights shit is included in the free version, so yeah, it is very convenient because it puts your stratagems and everything in there as well. Makes it nice and easy for playing. Go to Kill Team app. Oh, okay. I guess it makes sense that there's a separate app for Kill Team to 40k. There's probably an Age of Sigmar app as well. Now that I think about it, lots of people buy models just because they look cool, like Jelly here, just like me. Because I'm not sure if you remember Juggernaut, but this model I'm building right now is dog shit. I bought it because he looks awesome. Turns out he fucking sucks in the tabletop, but we're doing it anyway. So that'll be fun. But hey. He's just going to be a poor use of, like, more than a third of my points budget. It is what it is. Got him too for your new army. Love the way he looks. Yeah, he's so cool. But unfortunately, he can't Overwatch with his flamethrower. Like, fucking Land Raider is able to Overwatch, but this guy cannot. Maybe the new codex will fix him. Maybe. I'm not sure when's the new codex. I'm not sure when the new Knights codex drops, but it should be in the next month or so, I think. I think the Knights codex should come out soon. And yeah, hopefully it will make our boy actually useful. Maybe just give him an ability that allows him to Overwatch despite being tagged as Titanic. But with regards to that, yeah, so Juggernaut, each faction has a different codex. So the Knights codex will probably come out in the next month or so, but that doesn't mean that every faction's going to get a new codex in the next month. because there's the core rules that apply to the entire game, and then each faction has their own rule book that specifies how their units work. Is Guildium affected when new codexes arrive? No, so because it's a separate game. So yeah, so each codex is a rulebook specific to a faction in 40k. So Imperial Knights will be getting a new codex soon, which means that the way they play in 40k will change, but overall 40k will remain the same. And then Kill Team is unaffected because it doesn't play as 40k tabletop. So it's got its own rules. I guess a way to think about it would be like, if I were to put it in like D&D terms, it'd be like a new monster manual coming out. So essentially a codex is, a codex is like a new monster manual for a faction. So the rules of the game overall are the same, but it's just the way the units behave is different. And okay, this is a really nice color that I've mixed up. I'm actually really happy with that. Such a nice sort of bronzy-ish color. Up until they nerf a race or faction, they're unplayable. I'm not as familiar with the constant meta of tabletop. To my knowledge, usually factions aren't unplayable. Usually there's like an acceptable range of like 45 to 55% win rate, and most factions fall into that. There are exceptions like Imperial Agents, which is a faction that is designed pretty much exclusively to be played as a support to other factions. So as a result, it's very weak when you play it on its own. But yeah, I don't know how often things become useless. I think that's good for them. Next part. And we'll do the trims on these. See how we do that. I'll mix up a bit more paint. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to go for a lot longer today because we're coming up on 5 hours now, which is a pretty solid effort. But with the pace that we've been having, honestly, I think we might be able to finish this model by the end of the week. I don't know. This could be way overconfident of me. I am notorious for making really overconfident claims like this. But we'll see. Watch party alert. Hello, Lael. I assume when you say watch party alert, you've got the other gamers with you at the moment. trade your grandfather some of the models for stuff, and he keeps hitting the golly geez whenever something was expensive. Yeah, it's like that. Yes, there are some gamers about. Hello, gamers. Sorry I didn't head up there this time round. I've had, like, lots of stuff on my end that I've been sort of wanting to get through and deal with. Some gamers about and a hound. Ah, I see. I think I've watered this down a little bit too much and it's sort of running off the side of the trim there. I'll probably need to clean this up with the fine brush when I come through later on. Apologies, there's no hound. What? You're mistaken? How can you be mistaken about the presence of a dog or not? Like, it's there or it's not, no? Zero might join back, but think you can go to sleep. Alright, I'll catch you later, Juggernaut. Yeah, have a good one, mate. Thanks for hopping by. But maybe next time. Yeah, yeah. I do want to go up there at some point. It's just like at the moment, I'm really trying to focus on a lot of my stuff. I've like finally gotten to a point where I can actually do things. Been a lot of fun. Nice. So if you said nerds are about, if the Alling man is there, you should let him know that if he wants to paint his orcs at any time, I am available. And also, he wants to collect and build a bigger army, or build an actual army, because of there's a group that I'm playing with where we actually do play the tabletop. So the option for playing tabletop against multiple, like, different factions and stuff is a thing. Someone says, that would be fun. That would be fun. It is fun. Yeah, because I've played a few games of the tabletop now. Finally, and it's a lot of fun. And none of the people that I've played with have they play orc. None of them play orcs, so you alone would be the honored one. You alone would be the green one. You like to see prolapsed monkey bits? No, as a matter of fact, I would not like to see prolapsed monkey bits. I do appreciate that you asked, though. I'm gonna have to pass on that. Like, at least you asked before just sending me unsolicited prolapsed monkey bits. Okay, yeah, I reckon what we'll do is we'll do the trim on this leg panel. It's not the focus, but it's there. Well, the fact that that was the only thing that you mentioned from the from whatever the image or video that you're talking about is, the fact that's the only thing you mentioned means that it probably is the focus, no? Like there was something going on, but then that happened and that became the focus? But yeah, what I was saying was I'm probably going to finish the trim on this leg panel and then call it for the day. It's not, you promise? I don't trust you. I don't trust you. The fact that you leaded with that makes it seem like that's the primary part of the video. Yeah, almost there on this one. Don't know if I'm going to need a second coat of this or not. We'll have to wait until it dries to see, but if it does need a second coat, I might just hit that next time, because it's... I know what the ratio to mix up this paint is. It's pretty simple. Unlike some of the other paints that I've mixed up in my, on other things, where it's just like a lot of guesswork. Like I know what was going into it, but I don't know the ratios. It's just kind of fiddling around until it looks right. This one is pretty straightforward. Yeah, because my Necrons, I believe it was like a mixture of Leadbelcher and Corvus Black and Xarius Purple, and it was just like a lot of balancing it around to get it to the right sort of hue that I wanted it at. It's been so long since I painted any Necrons that there's probably going to be a bit of fiddling around trying to get it to look right again when I go back. Ooh, I reckon are just about there. One more quick look at the front. Actually, that bit's looking pretty nasty. Might just touch that up now while I can see it. It's turned out pretty good. When I come back, I'm going to need to scrape out that little dip there. Well, actually, I'll just try with a clean brush just to see if I can clean that out now, because it's probably still wet in there. Nah, okay, that's dried. It just looks wet. Okay. I think we've done pretty well for the day. Didn't get through all of the rivets that I wanted to get through, but we figured out what color we want to do for our trim, and we did a lot of the rivets. So we did all the rivets and little metallic details on the torso. All those little bits there. Turn it this way so it doesn't get the glare off the light. So all these little bits and pieces there, and then we've got the metallic details on the back there. That one looks quite nice, actually. I'm happy with that. Oh, what's that? Bit of dried paint. Then we've done most of the top panels base layering. Again, we've got all the little rivets and that sort of thing done. We did the inside of the door as well, I think. Yeah, we did. Both the others should be looking pretty good now. And they're not perfect, but they're probably 90% on the base layering. And then we'll need to do the rivets on them once when we come back next time. And then it's these two here, which again, yeah, look quite nice. And we'll just need to do the rivets and maybe touch up on there. But yeah, overall, I'm pretty happy with what we've gotten done today, because also another thing we did was we went through and we darkened up all of the chassis sections, like on the legs here, to differentiate them from the armor panels. So they're separated quite nicely now. And that's what took up a lot of the time, was actually just going around and just trying to cover everything with the Null Oil to sort of break it apart. So hopefully there shouldn't be anything as time consuming as that in the near future, please. But anyway, I'm going to call it there for the day. Thanks for hopping by as always, guys. Not sure when the next stream will be. Might do another one tomorrow, we'll see. But anyway, I'll call it here for now. Bye bye.